Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Motorists will continue paying the same prices for fuel over the next 30 days after the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority retained pump prices in its latest monthly review. The prices will remain in effect from July 15th to August 14th, 2026, meaning there will be no increase or decrease at the pump. In Nairobi, Super Petrol will continue retailing at 214.03 per litre, diesel at 222.86 per litre, while kerosene will remain at 191.38 per litre. Informal traders and residents in Kibra have petitioned the Senate, accusing officials of implementing the Kenya Railway project of intimidation, forced eviction, selective demolition and displacement without following the law. The petition, presented by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, was filed on behalf of traders and residents from Laini Saba Market. They say the project has disrupted their businesses and livelihoods, causing major economic losses.
That despite our long-standing occupation and prior enumeration, Kenya Railways Corporation has subjected us to intimidation, harassment, selective demolitions, arrests of leaders, backdated notices, forced evictions and displacement without due process or fair administrative action. That the timing of the demolitions and evictions has often coincided with peak business periods, thereby disrupting our businesses, livelihoods and economic survival. That the actions complained of amount to unfair, oppressive and discriminatory treatment against marginalized traders and residents. That the actions were carried out without proper public participation, transparency and a failure to uphold accountability in the planning, procurement, implementation and relocation processes affecting the petitioners.
Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and DCI Director Mohamed Amin have once been summoned by the High Court to explain the whereabouts of 3 men allegedly abducted last month. The summons came after Kanja and Amin, who had been ordered to appear in court on Monday and produce Macmillan Kiare, Evans Otieno and Michael Olo, failed to attend this session. Through their lawyer, senior counsel Paul Nyamondi, they informed the court they were engaged in security planning meeting.
Is that they are involved in a meeting for planning for certain upcoming security operations. It does not seek an explanation from the respondents. It seeks one purpose. It assumes that the subjects of the application are in the custody of the respondents. It does not give the respondents an opportunity to respond to those allegations.
Those arguments should be dismissed. Your Lordship, applications in the nature of habeas corpus, writ, are orders as a matter of right.
7 Britons were among those killed in the deadly wildfires in southern Spain. Authorities have confirmed 12 of the 13 victims were foreign nationals. Spanish authorities said on Tuesday after completing post-mortem examinations. According to local media and AFP, the wildfires, which tore through Spain's Almeria province last week, have become one of the country's deadliest wildfires. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? The time right now is 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mongana Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation. 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 in Mombasa, and 89.5 in Garissa. Across me is a guy with a great jacket, aka document carrier. Anajulikana kama CTTTCDCP Muga. City, habari asubuhi. Unajua hizi jina zako ni hizo ma CTTTDC whatever ni kama titles. Unajua vile kuna na president alafu unaona EGH CGH then unaona hapo LLB CTT
HPV So you're paying attention.
But yeah, how are you doing?
Salama kabisa.
Uko fiti kabisa naona hivyo.
You know it's human papilloma virus. So I just thought I wanted to see if you're really paying attention. And you are paying attention.
So what have you discovered? You've discovered I was actually paying attention.
No, you are.
Wacha nikwambie. Hata shule nilikuwa najulikana kama msee mmoja, yani ungenipata off guard mimi. Ngumu sana.
Ngumu.
Haiwezi nipata off guard.
Ngumu kama ile mandazi ambayo inaitwa ngumu.
Ngumu. Ni kitambo nipate off guard. Around now man, around now. But anyway, today being the 15th day of July 2026, it is World Youth Skills Day. Like I told you yesterday, it is World Youth Skills Day. So what skills do you have as a young person? And even as an old man, when you were young, what skills did you have? Siti wewe, apart from academic skills, ulikuanga na skills gani?
I used to play sports.
Yeah, I remember you mentioned rugby by there at one point.
I used to play all sports actually.
Okay. Are you good at pool?
I've never played pool.
Polisi wanashindanga wakichapa watu wakicheza.
I've never played pool.
Never ever.
Maybe
No way.
I think I've hit the ball once or twice, even snooker, but I've never. It never piqued my interest.
Sasa nimejua kitu ndakutafuta tufanye. Tucheze pool.
So you imagine that having avoided playing pool all these years, I'm suddenly going to change my mind and I'm going to play pool.
It is something that I'd like to introduce to you. Not that I'm a expert in it or a professional.
You're a what?
I've played it the same way. I'm not really good at football, but I can play football. So same thing. Pool. Sasa mimi ni mkali, but tunaweza cheza pool na wewe.
Play hockey.
Okay.
Hata tennis nimecheza.
Tennis nimecheza, hockey hapo ndio sijacheza. Table tennis nimecheza. Sasa pool ndakutafuta.
Squash is a lovely game.
Squash sijacheza.
Lakini shida is what it does to your knees.
What does it do?
It strains it.
Because of the constant
just the movement and the breaks. Yes, and I have a problem with my knees. So you know. Sorry. Uzuri
ya pool hauhitaji knees zako sana. As long as you can stand and you can bend, we're good to go. So you can stand, obviously you can. Do you have a problem with bending? No, you don't. Na si unaweza kama mkono hivi, mkono na ingine inaweza fanya hivi. Si ndio? Unaweza? We're good to go.
If I remember correctly, what I told you I have a problem with is my knees.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
So bending.
You don't have a problem with your back, do you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yes.
Kuna jamaa anaimba ngoma, ameimba ngoma rather anaitwa Willy Paul. Bendi mugongo, bendi mugongo. Unajua jamaa? Unajua Willy Paul? Ameimba na jamaa
anaitwa. He actually sang that song.
Yeah.
Clearly he doesn't sing it the way you're singing it.
He actually says that bend mugongo, bend.
But I take it that his voice is more rhythmic than yours.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yes.
Of course.
Then that's all. Because I was thinking, somebody sings that voice and people actually even buy that music.
He doesn't say it with a bass that you need to bend mugongo. No. Of course, there's a rhythm and there's a intonation he does it with, and it's a bit. Nitakuchezea ngoma ni venye tuzicheza hapa saizi.
Okay. Umesema anaitwa Ben Mugongo?
No. Jamaa anaitwa Willy Paul.
Oh, Willy Paul.
No, huko kwenu by the way.
Kwetu ni wapi?
Huko Luo Nyanza. Alafu collaborate na jamaa mwingine anaitwa Bien wa huko Western. Unajua Bien Baraza?
Bien ndio jamaa alikuwa Sauti Sol.
Sasa collaborate about some 4-5 years ago maybe, and they sang that song called, I don't know the title of the song, but najuanga tu kuna parona semanga tu bend mugongo, bend mugongo. Sawa, ndakuchezea. Natumia kwa YouTube pia ukaa nayo hapo hivyo ndio ukumbukange. Okay, so 2026 the theme is skills for a shared future. In 2014, the United Nations General Assembly declared 15th July as World Youth Skills Day to celebrate the strategic importance of equipping young people with skills for employment, decent work, and entrepreneurship. Now, the world of work is changing rapidly. Artificial intelligence, the green transition, and growing social complexity are transforming how we learn, work, and participate in society. To thrive in this changing landscape, young people need more than technical skills alone. They need a balanced set of competencies that combine technical, digital, AI, green, social, emotional, and civic skills with the human qualities that technology cannot replace. So that is a theme. Check them out, by the way, on un.org. That is where they are at. Or you can also just Google the day itself. World Youth Skills Day, that is 15th July, and get to see what unlocking your full potential is all about. Yeah. Usikae tu hapo nyumbani ukisema sasa mimi ni ule msee, sina kazi, sina nini, serikali saidia. Unangojea county governor wako akuje hapo akwambie sijui kuna kazi mtaani. Na. Get out there and do something for yourself. City, methali yetu ya kutoka Benin. Bless ya.
Benin borders Togo, Nigeria,
okay,
Burkina Faso,
all right,
and Niger.
Nice.
Ulijua hiyo?
Sasa nimejua.
Umejua I said yesterday, I mentioned in passing that this is a country that was once known as Dahomey.
Yes.
Okay? The Republic of Benin. Okay. The capital is a place called Porto Novo. Okay. Wale wanaongea Kifaransa wale, sio? And the seat of government is known as Cotonou.
Bonjour to them.
Great bonjour to them as well.
Yes.
Sio ni sawa? Right, the proverb, an old story does not open the ears like a new one.
An old story doesn't open the ear like a new one.
Yes.
Unajua nani alifanya nini? Hiyo ndio inakuanga tamu ati. Umesikia? Ati? Na si jana alikuanga na?
Yes, lakini in fact si jana, leo asubuhi. Leo asubuhi.
You don't say. Na ule nani wa duka Ndio maana.
Vituko. Hii dunia sijui inaenda wapi bwana.
So a new story by the way is really
that one kem.
Ndio maana unasikianga wakati wa news even your mother can almost slap you
ukiongea.
Ndio unasikianga leo katika taarifa yetu ya Ol-Kalou unasikia hebu nyamazi tusikie Ol-Kalou.
Ndio hiyo new news. I was having that same discussion with my Uber guy called Zila. And he was saying, unajua hii serikali there are things it's doing that we've never seen before. I said no.
Like what?
What you need to say, there are things they're doing which I have never seen before. They care to see the same. Mi kuna vitu nimeona. Yes, like for instance, kama Ol-Kalou, ile security wamepeleka kule. I said, kwani Mbere hakupeleka security? Malava hakupeleka security? I said, the reason why you have so much attention on Ol-Kalou
is because this has been highlighted a lot.
And there is no other by-election.
It's the only trending story.
Yes, there is no other by-election story. It's just that one.
Yes.
So it can't. There's nothing that can compete with it right now unless there's another by-election. Yes.
And then I have some bad news for you, CT. France are out.
Don't worry, that one I was told.
You were told by who?
See, social media.
By your internet. You will fungua TV ukaona tu France out.
Yes. See, what I do in the mornings, I check those things. When you work with somebody like you who loves sport,
yes,
it becomes infectious. I also actually
it's not infectious.
It is. I spend a lot more time on social media than I've spent in my entire life.
You don't say.
I am telling you.
Since meeting me.
Yes.
Yeah. Should I say I'm sorry, or should I say good job?
No, it's a good thing.
Okay. Good job, City.
Yes, my capacity for learning has been enhanced. So I know that Spain won.
Yeah. So Spain walitandika Ufaransa 2-0. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch that game. I was deep asleep. Yesterday, I slept at around what time? So when I left here, I went to the garage and I spent several hours there, about 5 or even more. nilikaa huko bana, yule fundi nilienda kuona akanituma kwa fundi mwingine, alafu huyo fundi naye pia akanituma kwa mwingine. Sasa huyo mwingine mwenye nilifika kwake akakuja na wengine, then he was a spectator. Have you ever had that experience?
No.
So my usual fundi guy, he's a mechanic or engine, but I needed someone to fix my door. So he told me, hii ni kazi ya body, wacha nikuitie fulani. So akaita fulani, actually alita jamaa anaitwa Kilonzo na yeye akaniambia, akakuja akaangalia hiyo mlango akaniambia, hii sasa itabidi tumefanya ABCD. Nikamwambia okay. Jamaa akaenda bwana. He told me he's going to get his tools. He comes back with someone. So they come, they dismantle the door. Then after dismantling the door, the second guy who's not Kilonzo, I don't know his name. The second guy who's not Kilonzo
ni fundi ama broker?
Kilonzo ni fundi. Alikuwa amevaa full regalia nini kila kitu.
That means nothing.
Wacha nikwambie, Kilonzo ni fundi.
It's like telling me that when somebody wears a white lab coat, mtu anafanya either in a clinic or in a lab.
Okay.
Na anauza sausage. So don't.
The point here is, wacha nimalize story yangu. So the guy who's not Kilonzo went with one of the components of the door to go, and because he told me, this one is broken, so we need to replace it, and then this we need to chomelea hapa. And nikamwambia, you know what, you do your thing, man. Come on,
right.
You do your thing, bro.
Right.
I trust you. But I asked him, how long is it going to take? Because I need to be somewhere. Of course, I was lying. I just wanted to know like how long this will take. He told me, in 1 hour's time, bro, you'll be out.
Kwani walikuwa naunda mlango mpya?
No. My door is a sliding door. It's an automatic door. So one of the components, the thing that does the sliding and the point
was the motor a problem?
The motor was not a problem.
So ile rolling ile frame, was the frame a problem? Bearings zilikuwa zina shida?
Bearings zilikuwa tu sawa, but one of them was dislocated.
So it's a question of returning it.
So it was returning it, but the belt also ilikuwa imekatika. So they had to dismantle the whole thing all the way to the back of the vehicle, because that's where the pulley system is, and there's another pulley system on the inside. So long story short.
But you seem to know this thing better than them. Why didn't you just repair it?
My point exactly. So anyway, so this guy did the thing, went with it. That guy went there and stayed for I don't know how many hours.
That's a broker.
Then when he came back, the thing was fixed. Then now replacing, not replacing it, but now putting it back together. Wait.
Told you.
So he came back with another guy.
Broker.
So there's Kilonzo. There's a guy who's not Kilonzo. Then there's a guy who's not Kilonzo. So we have 3 Kilonzos here.
Kilonzo
and 2 non-Kilonzos.
Kilonzo is a broker.
So anyway, eventually they fixed it.
Have you ever spent a day in a Juakali setup? Just, you know what you want fixed and your mechanic is, but you're just observing what the others are doing, because there are other people there as well.
Yeah.
Believe me.
Kuna jamaa kazi yake ilikuanga tu finya hapo wekelea. He was just like giving instructions.
There's a guy I used to see at some Juakali I used to go to.
Yes.
And he was referred to as Kawaya. After observing him just twice, I knew more. I realized I knew more about electrical circuits than
than him. Yes.
But he always had a blue overall.
Overall, yes.
Okay. He had a notebook and a pen. Okay. And there was a pliers in his hand. Every time I saw him, there was a pliers.
Yeah.
And he had clients. Then I realized the people he had with him are the ones who knew what to do.
Yes.
So, Ole Kwake, this is a guy who understood he didn't need to know about these things. He just needed to know people who know. And he was well spoken of. Ujana ni ukileta pale, kazi inakuwa sawa. But I'd sat there almost a day observing. I realized this guy.
Hata kuna vitu zingine Kilonzo jana alikuwa anafanya, anauliza guy, Kilonzo, ifanyangu hivyo, you actually twisted the other side.
Yes.
Like, you know what?
Allow me to explain to you. There's no harm in explaining to your mechanic what needs to be done.
Yeah.
No. They don't know everything.
Ataanza kuona huyu anajua kila kitu. Na usijitengenezee ngari yako.
I usually have a discussion with my mechanic. Yes, I go there when I've looked, I've Googled, so I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I've even gone to those websites on YouTube where you've been shown the component, you've been told what is happening, and you've been told what to do. So I go there with knowledge. Yeah. So we have a discussion.
Okay. Good for you.
If not, that guy will probably tell me to remove the engine.
Yeah, kuna wengine walifanya hivyo nikawaitia polisi.
Ulifanya vizuri.
Waliniharibia gari. I had to call the cops. Actually, one guy was jailed for 6 months because he couldn't pay the fine.
Na wengine walirudisha pesa yako?
No, so he was a sacrificial lamb. Wengine walidisappear. But I lost that money. I had to buy a new engine.
Hapana. Walifanya mbaya.
120 G's, my guy. Down the drain.
Hapana, walifanya mbaya.
And they also stole some components worth 40 G's.
Wanauliza.
So basically, nilienda loss about 160 there.
Are those, was it a garage that you frequented? Or?
No. It was a garage that my taxi guy used to frequent.
You take your garage to somebody you've known for a long time.
Oja, siti uzuri ya Toyota haziaribikangi. So mi gari hiyo wakati venye iliharibika, I asked my taxi guy, unapeleka gari yako wapi? Kuna kasauti kanatoka kanambia, my nephew is a mechanic. Kumbe nephew ni mwizi. Anyway, here we are. Let's check out radiogeneration.co.ke. Nandi's Keben Dam revived at 23.6 billion, nearly triple the original cost. Do you know about this Keben Dam? So according to this
Keben
news...
Dam is English.
It's in Nandi, so Keben is definitely Nandi, a Nandi word. This story is by Maureen Kenya Jue. So she says that the government has breathed new life into the long-delayed Keben Dam project in Nandi County, awarding 23.6 billion contract for a redesigned water supply scheme that is far larger than the one first proposed. Now, the revived project will not only deliver a taller dam and a bigger water treatment plant, but will also return under the same financing model that once attracted sharp criticism from Parliament. Guy, she didn't know kwanga nini. Procurement records show that Sino Hydro Corporation has been awarded the contract to build the Keben Dam water supply project, ending years of uncertainty over a scheme that was abandoned in 2019 during the administration of former President Uhuru Kenyatta. So Parliament ilisema hiyo model ni expensive na haifai kutumika. Sasa serikali imerudisha at triple the original cost. Hi, welcome to Kenya.
When was it first?
2019.
So from 2019 to now, you don't think that the cost will have gone up?
You see,
but it's 7 years ago.
Yeah. The model they are currently using, the one that they are using, was rejected by Parliament in 2019. Now,
so if they're using it and it was rejected, how is that possible?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Welcome to Kenya.
Okay.
Yeah. Hapa ni wapi? Ruto sets stage for rollout of Nairobi Metropolitan Policing Framework. Finally. This thing was mentioned last year, bwana. Why is it taking so long? Why is it so difficult? So a new policing model that gives residents a greater role in shaping security is set to be introduced in Nairobi after President William Ruto announced that the Nairobi Metropolitan Policing Framework will begin rolling out in the coming days. The president said the framework is expected to transform how security is managed across the Nairobi metropolitan area by creating closer cooperation between communities, the National Police Service, Nairobi City County, and other partners in identifying security concerns and finding practical solutions at the local level. Ruto made the announcement after receiving a briefing at State House on Tuesday on the progress made in establishing the Nairobi Metropolitan Police Unit. The meeting brought together senior officials from the Ministry of Interior, the National Police Service, and the Nairobi County Government. Unakumbuka tukiongea na Jimmy Wanjigi akituambia hivi akikuwa president he will introduce a sheriff system.
Which means the key thing about the sheriff system that you are elected.
Yes. So Kenyans decide their IG.
Yes.
See, inaweza kwa noma.
Yeah. You are answerable to the people, man.
Yeah. You can imagine all these questions we usually have about police brutality.
Apana, we know we elected you.
Yeah, so you will have to perform.
Brother, you had better perform.
Because if you don't,
so we know 2 years we can elect you out.
Na pia kuna consequences. When you're out there as a civilian, my friend, koti inaweza kukufuata na utafungwa.
There's that possibility. Yes.
Nataka hiyo. Mimi nataka hiyo. Mimi nataka Jimmy Wanjigi hata kama hata kuwa president, mwenye atakuwa president atuwekee hiyo. How fuel will retail in major towns after EPRA retains pump prices? What does this mean? Motorists across Kenya will continue paying the same prices for petrol, diesel and kerosene over the next 1 month after the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority left pump prices unchanged, citing government measures aimed at cushioning consumers from volatile global oil markets. Now, in the last monthly review released on Tuesday, EPRA announced that the maximum retail prices of super petrol, diesel and kerosene will remain in force from July 15th to August 14th. We have calculated the maximum retail prices of petroleum products which will be in force from July to August. Mimi niko na swali City. Mimi nimeanza kuona hii kitu imekuanga siasa all along.
Why do you say that?
Because why is it in the last 2 months we've had the same fuel prices?
Because the government saw what happened when the fuel prices were increased.
Exactly.
And that is not something they want to see again.
Exactly. But before the Strait of Hormuz was shut down and before America and the Israelis attacked Iran, tulikuwa tunaamka siku moja mnapata mafuta imeenda juu na shilingi 5, saa zingine imeenda chini na shilingi 3. Kuna siku ijasonga imesonga na shilingi 1, kuna siku imesonga na shilingi 1 na sumni. But now, why is it constant?
But my friend, before it became constant,
yes,
remember, it had never gone up with the margin it did.
10 shillings was a lot.
Bro. 10.
And before that, there was like some 20 shillings.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, that is a hectic increase. Yes. So, and right now the Strait of Hormuz is having new problems.
Yeah.
So you're asking the question, now that the Strait of Hormuz is having problems, why is our fuel prices constant?
Yeah.
That I can explain. It's not that difficult to explain.
I'll explain.
If we have been receiving oil, let's say, for purposes of the conversation, that they come from that Strait of Hormuz.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
There's been no bombing, no nothing. So there has been some stability of sorts.
Yeah.
So fuel has begun to flow. If we ordered fuel a month ago, and even if we ordered for the next month, there'll be a price at which we have ordered it. So the bombing of the Strait of Hormuz will not affect us now.
Yes.
It's going to affect us after another month or so. That's when we'll feel the pressure, because the fuel that is now going to be in the market will not have been produced or shipped or pumped at the time of the incident. It will have been before the incident. But that having been said,
yes,
that's the logical explanation.
Okay, what is a logical one?
No, it's not illogical. It's supra-logical.
Okay.
What you're asking is exceedingly valid.
Ni nini imefanyika saizi iko inafanyika before? Ama ni nini ilikuwa inafanyika before haifanyiki saizi? Because, and I'm asking a legit one, like you've said, is it because perhaps the government is like, hey guys, let's do whatever it takes. We don't want to see what happened with the Matatu situation a couple of weeks ago.
Because it can happen again.
Yeah.
You know, in Chile it started like this, and the government told them, where? The government told them, said, oh, my friend, the whole country went on strike.
Yeah.
Yani, you look at the pictures of the streets, my friend, there was no space. The government was grinding to a literal halt. This is not one of the situations where you unleash who and who and who. Even who and who said, us.
Pale, forget. We are with these people.
Yeah, if you want, you go. Since we're not muhimu.
Wenda udil now.
Now, the problem, in my opinion, Paul, is not the price of fuel. When the government hasn't made enough effort to make itself believable, then it means that the trust deficit remains a constant. So even when they explain something and it's logical, our inclination is to disbelieve it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very true.
An infinite amount of time and effort needs to be made to recover and to ensure that the trust that the citizens had with the government is restored. It's important.
I feel like restoring it is going to be difficult.
Yes, but it existed before it was eroded. So just reverse things. I mean, it's not as though we're talking about in 2022 August, this government began as the most unpopular government we've ever had, having been elected. No, they were popular. People liked them.
Mi niseme tu kweli City, ingalikuwa ni mimi. Mimi ingekuwa tu ni mimi nasema tu mimi kama Paul Mungala Mbovi. Nimeangalia hivi nimeona yani people no longer trust me, and when I say me, I mean the government. And by the government, I obviously mean the head of government. Realize, and you guys don't feel this no more. Imagine me, I'll just resign.
When you resign, your deputy will take over.
Okay, me and my people will resign.
When your people resign, the Speaker of the National Assembly will take over.
Okay, me and the people that we came in, plus because it was a collaboration, we will all resign.
Then we'll be in a quagmire, because the united opposition will definitely sambaratika, and there'll be no pretense that they are united trying to decide.
Exactly. Then we will have to go to an election, right?
Yes, we will have to go to an election, because they will not be able to decide.
Yeah.
There'll be people saying, no, mimi. Fuck mimi ni mwatoa. Kama si mimi. And for all we know, we may have this Gen Z saying, guys, we are the ones who began this thing in 2024, man.
And that's fine.
So,
me, I'll tell them, guys, start getting ready for an election.
Yes.
Earlier than expected.
And they will tell you the person we want.
See, they've been saying, half term, no term, 1 term,
yes.
0 term.
All right. So let's go through the list of people whom they will then say.
I tell them, by all means, you guys. Because
then kuna wengine watakwambia hapana. Wanasema Bob Njagi.
It's okay.
As I'm saying,
because I was
wengine Sifuna.
It's okay.
Wengine wanasema uarango nafikiri. What I'm saying is there'll be so much confusion.
Yes.
The only way to sort it out is to have an election.
Yes. So what we shall do, I just tell them, guys, I have resigned. Me and my people, we've had a conversation. This broad-based government, we have seen that isn't working for you. The Kenya Kwanza one has failed you. So this is what I'm going to do for you guys. I'm not even going to seek re-election, because clearly, in your eyes, I'm a failure. I'm out.
Choose a success. And for that to happen, I have to leave.
Naniambia IBC kazi kwenu sasa.
So mimi, nimetoka.
So I tell them in 3 months time, it's 90 days or whatever time we agree, I'm out.
Na si mimi peke yangu.
Me and the guys we came
with. Huyu.
Yes. Because we promised we will deliver. Clearly we have not
delivered, so we are gone.
So we will go, you guys get someone else, then maybe 2032, God willing.
I am telling you, the united opposition will invent new dance routines. Just trying to figure out.
Yeye ndio siku tuona Kalonzo akisema kuna wenzetu hapa ambao si wenzetu. Yeye ndio siku tuona Matiang'i amesema, na niliwaambia hapa kuna watu wanajifanyanga. It's gonna be bad.
Right.
Hiyo ndio siku mtajua hamjui. Hiyo ndio siku mnaonanga watu ati they are your leaders. It's the day you'll discover they are not your leaders. Anyway, let's check out the traffic in Nairobi. Ngong Road. Ngong Road haikai vibaya sana kwa sasa kama kawaida at 6:32, unless something has happened that we do not know about. Clearly it's a very clean road at this particular hour. Going Skodek, hiyo pia iko sawa kabisa, haina shida yoyote. Nikiangalia Kilimani area kina Lenana Road huko, tukiangalia huku wapicha Bavu, tukiangalia huku Kaihaya Wewe, Lenana Road, hizo barabara zote kina Suguta Hamisi ziko sawa. Tukivuka side nyingine ya Mahasora, yani side za kina Kibera, Karanja Road iko sawa pia, Kibera Drive, Ayani Estate, hiyo side yote iko sawa. Watu wanaigiaga huko kwa Forest Gong, you guys have got no problem whatsoever. Onyonka Estate tuko kwa kina Wamasai huko, ukienda Langata Road yote iko sawa. Then acha niangalie usual suspect inakuanga pale Thika Super Highway. Hapa ndio mnakuanga mumekamatana. But this place changes every single day, But the constant is on the Thika Road itself. Traffic there is bumper to bumper.
And what about the roundabout near Muthaiga? That's also constant.
So now that you have Muthaiga Road, ako roundabout kakutu sawa. Shida inakuanga ukiingia sasa hapa chini Pangani, hizo ma underpass na ma overpass mali sasa magari zote zinapatana. Hapo ndio kuna ka traffic kidogo. But I've never really understood who designed this road. Did they not figure out this place is going to look like this? Anyway, the entirety of Thika Highway iko sawa, because I'm trying to go back all the way to Kenyatta University. Pale Githurai ndio kuna kashida kidogo, but that is because of the stage. Hapo tu ndio kidogo kuna kizungumkuti, lakini zaidi ya hapo you guys are moving quite well. And as usual, we usually go to Mombasa. Mombasa, surely. What is there to report? Traffic is moving smoothly. Yeah, a few gray spots here and there because you guys are not yet on the roads. But nikiangalia, the island is clean. biashara si tu kidogo ndio naona ka traffic. Everything else is moving quite okay. If you see something I need to know about, you know where to find us. Hala at a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, we're also live on our Facebook, by the way. If you can get there and tell us where you're watching us from, we'll definitely give you a shout out. And also on X, we are live there as well. Wewe tuambie uko pande gani na tutaweza kukusalimia. Lakini tukiangalia magazeti, checking out what is making headlines across the major dailies. Let me start with I'll start with the Standard newspaper. Ndio tuweze kujua ni nani ambaye anasema nini mahali alipo. And the first headline this particular morning, they're saying too little too late. What exactly do they mean? Tomorrow's Ol-Kalou by-election has become a chilling dress rehearsal for the 2027 general election, with voter bribery, violence, intimidation and goon attacks exposing glaring failures by security agencies and the Electoral Commission. As IEBC promises a credible poll, an international report warns Kenya faces an 84.1% likelihood of electoral violence next year. 84.84 ni kubwa, raising fresh questions over whether institutions can prevent the country from sliding into another democratic crisis. Can I just say something? IBC has dropped the ball on this one.
Have they just dropped it, or have they dropped it earlier?
They have dropped the ball on this specific one. Of course, they started. If we go back to all the other by-elections we've had, the Malava one, unakumbuka ile ni Ugunja, ilikuwa Ugunja
nini
by election. Was it Ugunja or where was it? Kule kwa kina Ongondo where ni kunajulikana aje?
No, that is Kasipul.
Yes, na kulikuwa na by-election nyingine bado. That time when we had about 5 by-elections.
There was Malava, there was Kasipul.
There was Mbere.
Was there another one?
There was another one.
Yes.
There was either, is it Jinja or Ugunja? I think it's Ugunja.
Yes, there was.
Yes. Na uko ndi ODM wali na cuz nakumbuka tukiangalia live pictures, we were even saying that people haven't shown up. We were asking where the Gen Zs were at the time and so on and so forth. But anyway, ilianza wakati huo, and I would have hoped that they would have, continuously improved. Then we had the Emurua Dikir one. Then now we have this Ol-Kalou one. So because you're asking me, did they drop it now or did they start early?
There was a by-election, I think it was Garissa, was it Isiolo?
Isiolo,
where
a brother and a sister. Yes.
You know that one nobody even talks of?
Because it was just the two of them. It was a family. So it wasn't that this clan and that clan. There wasn't that this tribe and that other tribe. There wasn't that this party and that party. One of them was DCP, I think it was, and the other one was UDA. Was it DCP really? Ama alikuwa ni Jubilee, hata sikumbuki. But the point is UDA walichukua hiyo pia. Sasa hii ya Ol-Kalou hii wameachilia vizuri sana. Na wameonyeshana kwa kweli kuna shida. And I think perhaps the commission just needs to come out and say that, guys, we have a problem. Because the moment they admit we have a problem, then we start looking for a solution. But if no one admits that we have a problem, and especially the guys who are supposed to be in charge do not admit there's a problem, then my friend, the solution is going to be difficult to come by. So they're saying this about voter bribery, for example. Open distribution of cash and other documents has dominated the Ol-Kalou campaigns, with candidates accused of using handouts to influence voters despite laws prohibiting electoral bribery. On the goons' side, organized gangs have repeatedly disrupted campaigns, intimidated voters and attacked rivals, raising concerns over the growing use of hired groups to influence electoral outcomes. And then on a hapa, the by-election has been marred by shootings, assaults, intimidation and destruction of property, with critics accusing authorities of failing to stop escalating political violence ahead of the 2027 general election. Of course, kumekuwa na allegations that perhaps these politicians who claim to have been attacked perhaps are stage managing this particular situation. And if they are, this is something that the police needs to crack down immediately, bazi. Investigations zifanyike haraka DCI wakama wasemenye hii haikuanga stage managed, hii ilikuanga attack ilikuwa orchestrated by so and so. This one hapana, si hii ni fake na ni mbuvi ndiye alijeka kwa hii situation. Hata tunajua watu wenye hali haya ndio hawa washikwe wapeleke kotini, evidence itolewe, we move forward. Ol-Kalou has really exposed the soft underbelly of IEBC. Aye. That is the standard. Daily Nation wanasema recipe for chaos. Courting disaster.
You know, the conversations I've heard regarding Ol-Kalou and the advent of the increased Gunism, there are people who've compared it with Haiti.
Yes.
I was having a conversation with my Uber guy again.
Sila.
Yes, and he was of the view that I think he and his 10 best friends discussed this. The people who go to the church that he goes to.
Yes.
I don't know what it's called. Redemption, hallelujah, going to heaven direct.
Redeemed Gospel.
I don't know what it's no, I don't know what it's called. But anyway, but he told me najua city.
Ol-Kalou.
Tunaenda.
Haiti.
Tunarudi. No, Haiti was the other day. I told him to stop talking nonsense. And those were my exact words to him.
Yeah.
I told him, do you know the history of Haiti? I said, do you know how it got there? It was a slave colony. There were sugar plantations, perhaps the biggest the world knew. The slaves overthrew the colonialists, killed them. France brought an army. I said, it's a long history. So today, we left Haiti. It was going back to 2007. I said, how exactly? 2008 rather. How? I said, you just, the lawlessness, the what? I said, it was not the lawlessness that brought about the 2008 problem. The problem began in 1992 when we started having what we called the tribal clashes, which were a formation that was instigated and created by the then government. But then we had them in 1997. I said, people are talking about things they don't fully understand. And there are those who are driving them to panic stage. Ol-Kalou is part of Nyandarua County. So something happens in Ol-Kalou, suddenly it's the one thing that is going to ignite a problem for the whole country. How?
But we've been seeing violence in Kisumu. We've seen violence in Keumbu.
Yes.
We have seen violence in Mbere. We have seen violence in Nairobi.
Actually, I took him to Mbere.
We've been seeing violence all over this country.
I told him, my friend, there's a different discussion here. The lawlessness that you see exists everywhere in the country. It's not in one particular place. Nairobi tends to be the epicenter of most things, and we focus on Nairobi, but it's everywhere. You just don't ask, and you don't. People don't pay attention. But what do you think will happen when you have very many young people who do not have hope? It's not that they don't have jobs. The hope that you'll get a job is what's not there. So that's number one. Then you have a situation where the rule of law is being disregarded by those in authority. It is an example that is set. People then feel they can also just do what they like. I said, don't ever underestimate. When you find these motorbike riders crisscrossing traffic lights with absolute abandon, what do you think you're communicating? Because it's a communication, whether they like it or not. That you can break the law and the likelihood of anything happening to you is zero. Now, if you have a situation like what we're seeing in Ol-Kalou, where it is clear that people are being bribed, it is clear that money... I said, what do you think is going to happen? I have to remember by age of what we do, where we've had by-elections or elections in the past, and where money has been involved, and the things that have happened. There was a time we had a national election, and immediately after that, in a certain part of the country, I will not say where, people who are known to be organizers and political leaders local started dying. And I asked, they were being killed actually. I asked why. Said these guys had been given money to give people and they did not give. I said, how do you know? Said they're known. They are the point people. So when people go to them for their money, the people, they find a story. So people decide, okay, keep our money. Your life is forfeit. Kwisha, your story. Keep the money, but your life done away with. And many people got killed in that particular area because of that. There is nothing good that comes about as a result of voter bribery. Nothing. There's nothing good that comes about when there are complaints of irregularity and nothing seems to be done. The message now, because it's a message, what is being communicated is that the police are either helpless or they are complicit.
Yeah.
And that isn't a good thing. You know why? Because then you are communicating to the public that they can take the law in their own hands.
Yes. And because when Kenyans, when citizens feel helpless, there's only so much helplessness they can feel.
They'll get to a point and decide, we can do something for ourselves.
Hey, bro, apana.
Well, that 2008 problem, I still remember in Kisumu town. You couldn't send your child. You know the way you send children to go to the shop to buy things? You couldn't, because it would be taken. The locals decided, they went to the parents of the children who are known to be gangsters, or the young people, told them, tell this guy to stop or tell him to go home. They put tires on people and burnt them at the door of their parents.
Do you think that thing continued? No.
It ended, completely ended. You do not want a situation where the public feels they can take the law into their own hands. Because they will even make mistakes, but somebody has died.
And it will be too late.
Yes.
Daily Nation front page says 2027 violence alert recipe for chaos. That's the headline. Courting disaster, Kenya ranks second among 10 democracies at risk of electoral violence between 2026 and 2027, according to a report by Kofi Annan Foundation. These are the warning signs. Now, the foundation, named after the man who mediated the country's 2007 post-election crisis, cites rising political intolerance, ethnic mobilization, and gun violence. Unresolved grievances, economic hardship, tax burden, corruption, and police misconduct are listed among historic injustices that could inflame public passion.
This political intolerance, what is it exactly? They haven't defined it there, but I'm just asking.
But we have seen it here in our
okay, what is it?
Where if you 2 term inakuchukia sana, if you're 1 term nakuchukia sana, depending on the side that I am on. You mention your preferred presidential candidate and I'm like, hey, huyo sasa ni nani? Wewe unataka kupigana ni kura huyo sasa huyo. You know, instead of listening to me, why have I said this candidate? Okay, umesema candidate wako ni fulani, tuambie. There are some people you mention, Maraga, they dismiss, they're like, hata wewe seriously, hata wewe sasa hapo, and you're wondering, there are some people you tell Kalonzo, huyo watermelon. Kama alishindwa sijui time na hii time, hata akiwa na Raila hakuna. Auko kwake hata hajajenga barabara hakuna, sijui nini hakuna. People you mention, Ruto, they start telling you, Kasongo, unataka kuturudisha mali tuko. The people actually, at some point, you're even afraid of mentioning your preferred presidential candidate because you're like, hey.
But when somebody gives you their opinion and it's contrary to yours, is that not an opportunity for dialogue?
You see, now that's the thing. I should listen to you regardless of what I feel about your candidate.
Every morning, you see me and Sila sitting and talking. It's because he has a view and I have a contrary one. Sometimes I don't have a contrary one.
Yeah.
But I explain to him. You see, I don't seek to convince him. No. I just seek to tell him,
yes,
there are other perspectives
that exist.
And consider this. Yes. That one of yours is heightened and it I don't even know it's you little happy.
Imefika hapo hapa Kenya.
Yes.
Actually, a very good example is even on our own comment section on YouTube. There are some people we host here. It's just that I can't read the comments. Mtu anatukana unashangaa sasa. Okay. Fine, we get the fact that you have something against this person and his political affiliation. But my friend,
political intolerance is taught. There's nothing native, there's nothing organic about it. It is taught. It is taught. Because we have an instance now. It is not that UDA is disliked. No. There are people who hate Ruto. Hate, not dislike. So anything associated with him, okay?
Is hated.
Yes. Now, the problem with that culture is once you spread it, reining it back in is a problem, man. Because it now becomes a modus operandi. It's how people want to function from a position of hatred. Yes. And they don't see just the sort of damage that will cause. Because it's not logical anymore. Someone doesn't want to listen to reason. They don't want to even consider that there may be an alternate view. How many times have we, in this very same studio, mentioned and said, but guys, have we not seen this done by the government? And you are told, Kuna. And you say, actually,
Iko,
just
take
the time and look, you'll find it. No! You realize, okay. This person has believed whatever he believes so much so that anything that contradicts it, they're unwilling to accept. Now, the problem is not the narrative.
Yeah.
The problem is the narrative creator. The problem is the people who perpetrate this hatred, this intolerance in their speeches. And what I marvel at is the agencies, this country, that are supposed to deal with those things. Why don't they deal with it?
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's why I've said, if it were me, when I'm seeing all this and I have credible intelligence, of course I don't know the kind of intelligence the president has in terms of what he's been fed by NIS and other security agencies. But if it is true what they're saying, this recipe for chaos, and perhaps this potential of lives to be lost, mimi nakwambia ninaweza ambia watu, you know what, I'm not even seeking re-election 2027. I will go till the very end. I'll just do what I can do, but you guys decide bana. Mimi najitoa. Ninasema I'm out. Actually, if I were to speak to my fellow principals, the speakers of both houses, my cabinet ministers, and I speak to the other, nani wengine walikuanga hapo, wenye tuliingia now in power, and I tell them, guys, mnaona bwana ni kama tumechoma, mnaona watu hawajisikii na sisi, and I tell them I'm going to resign, and they're like, wewe toka peke yako, wacha Kindiki endelee. I tell them, okay, fine, you know what, let's do this all the way till 2027, but I'm not seeking re-election. Kila mtu ajikampenie, mjipange.
Mimi
I'm out. Clearly I'm the problem, and I come out and I tell Kenyans after thinking long and hard, nimeamua.
And I've listened to you. You've told me to go.
So umesema I must go.
Yes, sir.
I am going.
I'm going.
The Electoral Commission, which faces another test in tomorrow's Ol-Kalou by-election, is advised to ensure transparent process to boost public confidence. There's another one here. Alarm as drought hits Kenya's food basket. Imefika huko. A prolonged dry spell, shortage of top-dressing fertilizer, and disease outbreaks are devastating maize farms across the Rift, the country's main grain basket. Stoking fears that this season's harvest could plunge sharply. Officials are visiting farms across the region to collect crop performance data and estimate yields to inform food security interventions.
What story is this?
Yeah, so
Galana Kulalu was supposed to assist with this. There's more acreage in Galana Kulalu to be able to do exactly what we're saying here. Meaning, if this plan isn't working, there's a plan B.
Yes,
so why?
So we're actually supposed to have surplus.
Yes, we're supposed to have a surplus.
Yes,
exactly. So why is this story of us facing a food shortage? How is that a story?
Na hiyo inge drive food prices down.
Yes, it would.
We wouldn't
automatically.
We wouldn't be needed subsidies.
No, we would not. So in story gani tunasikia?
Yeah. So anasema pa 44.8 million, that is the 90 kg bags of maize produced in North Rift in 2024. The country's total maize harvest in 90 kg bags in 2024 is 67 to 70 million. So they're saying that this is a 30% expected decline in this year's harvest. Whoa. So they're saying the most affected areas, North Rift, that is Soy, Moiben, and Kapseret. Kapseret, yes, Uasin Gishu County. South Rift includes Narok West, Narok East, and Narok North, so basically the whole Narok. Other affected areas include Rongai, Mauche in Nakuru, Kipkelion in Kericho, Transmara in Narok. Again, the other Narok, the entire Narok. Fall armyworms reported in Soy, Moiben, and Kapseret in Uasin Gishu.
Paul, it's not adding up. No.
It's not,
it's not adding up. All the stories we've heard about food security and what is going to be done. So, what happened?
I don't know, man.
We've even been told that there's been some planting in Galana Kulalu. They've been doing A, B, C, D. So was that just a story?
We perhaps need to bring someone from the agriculture ministry to eleze.
That gentleman we brought here, Kilemi, what was his name?
Kilemi was MSMEs, cooperatives, PS. Kilemi was yes. He belongs to the cooperative ministry.
No.
But he spoke about coffee because he also is a coffee farmer. alituambia a lot about coffee and other sectors like tea, pyrethrum kidogo, because he's passionate about them.
No, let's look for somebody in agriculture. Because this requires explaining.
Tulete mtu wa agriculture atueleze.
Okay.
Kenyatta University gets lion's share of varsity admissions. Kenyatta University got the highest number of students in the university's placement announcement last week, enrolling 11,224 learners. More than 3 times the number allocated to some public institutions. This is according to official data, which shows Maseno University got 9,196. Moi University, hii ni ile Moi moja inafungwa huko.
Ile ya Eldoret.
Yenye iko na deni ya 10 billion.
That is the one public university ambayo iko na siasa kushinda zingine.
Hata kuliko UN.
UN haina shida.
So Moi University imechukua 8,869. University of Nairobi hapa CBD iko na 8,604. Chuka University 7,946. Kisii University 7,903. Then Masinde Muliro University of Science and Tech 7,586.
They haven't mentioned Jomo Kenyatta University.
No, hizo sasa I'm sure inakuja huko chini.
JKU what?
Yeah, they haven't mentioned them here, but the full story is on page 10 of the Daily Nation. Setback as anti-HIV drugs uptake drops by 8%. Why? In 2022, some 1,070,000 people were on oral pre-exposure prophylaxis, but 3 years later, that number has fallen to 35,000. That's an 80% drop. Aye. VAT relief on fuel extended by 3 months. State says 8% VAT on petroleum products and subsidy will cushion consumers. All I can say is tuendelee hivyo hivyo. Over to you, City.
Business Daily. This one should amuse you. Gamblers beat Nairobi Stock Exchange with 330 billion stakes in 1 year.
330
billion, yes, meaning that's the sort of gambling that has taken place.
Wait, 330 billion shillings or what?
Yes, shillings.
But last year ilikuanga 88B. Ama hiyo si full year report?
No. But they have.
Okay.
Meaning, with a light note, people find gambling more interesting.
Oh wait, it's actually more. 330.
What did you hear me say?
I think in my head I was thinking 33 billion.
No, I said 330.
Okay.
Billion, not million.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Right. Where super rich are investing after snubbing real estate. Okay? So where are investing? Kenya super rich cutting the exposure in the property sector and directing billions into money market funds, treasury bonds and real estate investments as they seek high returns and liquid assets. Okay? Alright, hiyo ni sawa tu, hata wakifanya hivyo sioni kama kuna shida.
Waendelee.
The reference point is the super rich. You and I are not in that bracket.
Yes.
We are not in the super, neither are we in the rich.
We are neither here nor there.
Sisi ni wananchi tu watukufu na tunaendelea na maisha. Tukisema ni mzuri sana kuishi Kenya. By the way, on that note, there's even an article here that talks about how Kenyans are buying paintings from 1980s. It's good. So it means we're investing in our own...
We've got money.
Iko pesa.
Pesa iko.
Yes. There's an article by Ndiritu Mureithi.
Yes.
The democracy and the standard of living. Yote ni mzuri kabisa. Sasa niwache hiyo. Nataka niende kwa The Star newspaper.
Okay.
The Star inasema hivi katika bang in the middle of the paper. Okay? Lakini bwana, why? Wedding bells on hold, power couples hit by split rumors. The romance hit a high rough patch after the woman allegedly made away with substantial cash. Bwana. This one? Si ndio zile habari kem.
Ndio hizo sasa.
Okay? Wacha tu nisome kidogo. Tuone.
Habari kem umezita.
Because it is habari kem. Si pati kwa uzuri. Wacha ikae.
Haya.
Yes. My friend, this thing of looking for news sometimes can be tricky.
Yes.
See, I want to read something which I find interesting. It's not reading.
Read it.
The French ambassador, a gentleman by the name of, I can't actually pronounce his name. Well, let's put it this way. The French ambassador to Kenya is now leaving.
Oh.
Yes. He
the guy who can speak very good Swahili.
Yes.
Oh, man.
His tour of office has come to an end, and he's saying he's leaving a country that he has come to consider his own. Yes. I mean, I believe you. It is very possible. This country is actually quite nice.
Yes, we are very addictive.
No, true. Even when you look at all the drama that we have, this is actually quite a nice.
Kama kuna mtu alipenda Kenya, ni huyu jamaa. This guy.
Mfaransa.
Yeah, Mfaransa huyu.
Alipenda.
Genuinely loves Kenya.
He does.
I've emceed events where he's the guest of honor, and I can tell you for a fact.
Well, he says so. I have never. I've read about ambassadors leaving, but I've never heard one saying that he actually considered Kenya to be his home.
No, there was the one, the American one, Ronneberger. Ronneberger also loved this country. Ronneberger actually married a Kenyan. If I'm not wrong.
No, you are not wrong at all.
He married a Maasai, if I'm not wrong.
He married a Kenyan. Yes.
He stayed even after his time ended. He didn't seek, do I call it re-election?
Paul, if you only knew how many people who have been in those positions still stay in Kenya, you'd be amazed.
Gilad Milo, the artist, is another. He was a deputy ambassador of Israel at a time. I think in the late 2010s or something. Yeah. Wakati Lisha akasema bwana, I'm not leaving this place.
Let me tell you, if you are talking about the regions of Watamu, you're talking about Kilifi, you'll be amazed at the number of people who live there. Yeah. This Kenya, this one, lovely place to live in.
It is.
Yes.
Lovely people we are. All right. We're taking that break, get into the news. Then when we come back, we shall be talking about the political outlook of Kenya. And we have a financial economic expert who will come and help us with that convo. So, siene mbali.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. President William Ruto says the government will soon roll out a new policing system in Nairobi and the surrounding areas aimed at improving security. The Nairobi Metropolitan Policy Framework will bring together residents, community leaders, police officers, Nairobi County officials, and other stakeholders to identify security challenges and come up with local solutions. The president said the new approach will give communities a bigger role in keeping their neighborhoods safe. 4 former Nairobi County officials have denied charges linked to the collapse of a building in South Sea earlier this year that killed 2 people. The 4 appeared before the Milimani Law Courts where they pleaded not guilty to manslaughter and forgery charges. They are also accused of allowing a construction project to begin without a valid environmental license as required by law.
And honored the court summons to attend plea, and also balancing the public interest in the matter. Since we had lives which were lost, I will grant each accused person a bond of Kenya shillings 5 million with a similar surety of the same amount, or a cash bill of 2 million with 2 contact persons, which I believe is very reasonable and in the circumstances of this case.
The government has extended the 8% VAT relief on petroleum products until October and allocated an additional 945 million Kenya shillings to help stabilize fuel prices. Energy CSOPO and I says the measures are aimed at protecting consumers and businesses from fluctuations in global oil prices while ensuring a steady fuel supply. The announcement came just hours before the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority announced that fuel prices will remain unchanged for the next 30 days.
In addition, and as part of the government's commitment to cushioning households and businesses from international market volatility, and in consultation with the National Treasury, we have extended the application period of 8% for 8% of value-added tax, that is VAT, on petroleum products for a further 3 months until the 14th of October 2026.
Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka has urged the IBC and police to ensure a free, peaceful and credible Ol-Kalou parliamentary by-election set for tomorrow. He called on the two institutions to carry out their duties fairly and impartially throughout the voting process.
Let us therefore choose peace over provocation, law over lawlessness, and national unity over political division. Let all state agencies, including the police and IBC, serve all equally without fear or favor. You have seen Mr. Kanja. You're deployed of 1,000. I think it's on everybody's telephone. 1,000 police have been deployed to Ol-Kalou. We pray to God that this is not another kind of election as happened in Berry North. And the country noted, who would have lost Berry election?
The European Union has banned the import and purchase of gold from Sudan, saying the trade is helping finance the country's ongoing civil war. Sudan's conflict, which began in April 2023, has displaced more than 14 million people. The EU says the ban is aimed at cutting off funding to the warring sides, as Sudan's gold industry has become a major source of income during the conflict. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. My name is Mungana Mbuvi. Niko naye City Muga kwenye studio. Naona ana replenish kikombe chake cha kahawa. Anapofanya hivyo, Lydia Cherono, how are you doing? Unasema good morning my good people. ZT and Paul. Sasa umekuwa ZT.
Silikwambia my friend. This thing the well of names keep being refreshed. It was CP. It was CD. TT. Now it is
ZT. No, unajua ZT imeandikwaje? ZEE then chai T.
We keep upgrading this thing. Thank you very much.
Yes. Professor amesema good morning watu wa studio. Muri Balamu. Hii ni Kiluya. Okay, tuko wazima. I'm assuming that's what you're asking.
That's what they're asking.
I'm assuming. Because amesema Muri Balamu.
No, Muri Maramu. Yes, tunaulizwa kama sisi tuko sawa sawa.
Aha.
Yes, tuko sawa sawa.
Tuko sawa kabisa. Alafu Luis amerudi Luis amesema good morning GG team. Well, good morning. I'm hoping she means great team. Padmo Abuga amesema good morning City and Movie watching from Kisi Bwakire. Muko salama. Evans Onyancha amesema good morning City and Movie Bwakire. Bwakire akituza Bwakire anasemanga mbionde. Haya, ama ni Bwakire muno. And then Danson Kinyo bado anasema good morning City and Movie, good morning for the Patriots. Galana Kulalu was a scam according to Danson. Yeah. And then Y Galid amesema good morning City. So City, good morning.
Good morning.
Ametusalimia na amesema kila amesema and it is what it is. Kuna jamaa I think nilikuwa nimeona mahali. Acha ni confirm kama Facebook tuko na salamu. Facebook tuko na salamu. Sio ni Facebook bado. Lakini mkipata hizo salamu tafadhali mtupatie, tutaweza kuzisoma tunavyoendelea kusonga na mbele. So tonight, CT, we are going to be having a game between Argentina Not Argentina. Yes, actually,
Argentina and England.
And England, yes.
See, I told you, you've influenced me. I can even tell you.
Yes.
Yes. And who do I support?
Leo tuko na Argentina na England. Wewe ulisema una support England.
Yes.
Na tuko na wewe hapo. 150% tuko na wewe hapo kwa tuko na wewe hapo kwa England. Alafu tukishafika kwa England na Spain, rest assured niko hapo kwa Spain. Yes. Because I know Spain will get to the finals. They have already gotten to the finals. Washafika finals.
You had actually predicted.
Yes.
So they're in the finals.
Yeah, they're in the finals. So between Argentina and England, we shall know who is going to be in the finals tonight. And after tonight, City Muga, I can tell you for a fact, whoever is going to be playing against Spain, I am definitely with Spain all the way. And guys, you know me, I always choose the winning team, eh? Kwa hivyo kweni na mimi.
You know what is strange though? Huh?
Yes.
Ol-Kalou is 1.75 million acres. Now you tell me, if whatever we had said was actually being actioned, would we... I'm back on that story of us facing a drought and the fruit basket being interfered with. So the story that we were told at the beginning when we were informed of the free fertilizer,
yes,
where suddenly the information was that production had gone up, and it had. Food prices even went down, by the way. Unga,
yes,
okay?
Yes.
So now we're saying, are we to expect the price of unga to go up?
Well, if there's going to be a shortage, we know what supply and demand does.
What I often marvel at is when we have a bumper crop. Do we have storage?
We should be having silos.
Yes.
I'm sure we have silos. Yes. I have seen silos around this country.
Yeah, they're enough.
But do we store?
Those silos look old. Have we increased? Yeah, they look old. Have we increased? Even the little township in my village. Yes.
Okay.
We have warehouses for storage.
Okay.
Kenyan, yes, we have them. But I'm saying, have we factored the ever-growing population when it comes to storage? Because there has to be food that we've set aside for emergencies.
I mean, you'd imagine that there is.
Yes, I have to imagine, because that's what do you think storage is for?
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have, then what do we have?
This is something it has to be revisited. Something is not right here. Either the reporting was amiss and being hyped unnecessarily, or if it is true, then we have forget what they're speaking about. The problem we have is in alarming proportions. Yes.
That needs to be checked for sure. Front page of the Star again inasema Kenya's dollar billionaires shrink as investors shift to new assets. This is according to Knight Frank.
So how is it shrinking? They are still billionaires.
The number of billionaires.
But how does it shrink?
So if they were 10, for example, now there may be like 3. Because there are others who are just borderline billionaires, depending on the value of the dollar. So last night you went to bed, you were a $1 billionaire, like you had $1 billion worth of whatever. Then when you wake up in the morning, the dollar has slightly changed by a few cents. You're no longer a dollar. You're no longer a dollar billionaire.
No, my friend, you're winging it.
But according to this headline, they're saying Kenya's dollar billionaires shrink as investors shift to new assets.
So how does the shifting to new assets tie in with the reduction in the number of Kenyan billionaires?
Okay, so the people who've delivered this is Knight Frank. Knight Frank, their property...
Yeah, they're realtors, yes.
Yeah, in the real estate business. So are they saying that investors are no longer investing in real estate and then they're investing in other things?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
So does it mean that they have exited the Kenyan market and they're no longer considered Kenya dollar billionaires?
There was a time when they had made such moves and they were thinking of doing so. Around the time when Tanzania was about to have its elections, there were many Kenyans who were thinking of divesting and going to Tanzania. Then Tanzania happened. They quietly just came back to Kenya.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, they're saying the full report is on page 11.
Part of the reason why I think real estate is, they've foreseen it might be tricky.
Yeah.
Right now there's a real estate bubble. not just expansion, bubble. And I'm talking about the upmarket real estate.
And I think I was reading somewhere that nowadays, in the last couple of months, property prices have gone down.
Not quite. They're going to go down even more. They have gone down because there is no part of the so-called leafy suburbs, which are not really leafy, they're high-rise suburbs now, where you do not find construction ongoing. Where are the people going to live in all those places?
Okay.
There are places that were built. I remember I had a neighbor, and that neighbor had a bungalow, and the stretch of his property was the same size as the community I lived in. Same acreage. I think it was an acre and a bit. Okay? As there were 40 units here. Him had one house bang in the middle.
Yes.
He sold it.
Okay.
So behind my fence, or rather my wall, my friend, some really tall buildings came. I think there were 3 or 4.
Yes.
There were no takers. So they turned them into Airbnbs.
Because that's the only way they'll get clients.
Well, they tried. Some people did buy.
Yeah.
But not in large enough numbers. Because I used to marvel at, I used to ask my neighbors, is there a place across here? And there's a hotel called Palasina. Do they have a disco? I said, because I'm always hearing music in the evening. I said, what? Yes. Then my neighbor told me, no. It's our neighbors. Said, they lease those flats. So what happens is that they play music at night and you hear it I said, this neighbor of mine was even complaining that what then they would do, they would even he'd find things in his compound. Yes. We all had a small garden. Yes, he would. They just throw it across there. You have no idea. And other things also would be thrown into his compound. So once he told me that, I said, Now, very many units that are being built, they were built specifically so that people could buy or rent. But many are being turned into Airbnbs because if they just sit there, you are losing money every single day.
Okay.
So you're better off somebody coming in and paying you the odd 10,000, the odd 5,000, the odd the other. Yes.
Okay. News: how former army major planned and wiped out his family. I watched this news story yesterday on news when he was being sentenced to death. This guy was sentenced to death. No, life imprisonment. Sorry, by the judge. Bana, this guy had zero remorse. Unajua zero remorse. Alikuwa anaangalia watu zile za tumalize kitu bana, niko na shughuli zingine za maana. And even he gave some brief submission. He was mumbling about something I didn't understand. But he, at no one point did he say, guys, I'm really sorry for what I did. I regret this is what happened, or, to the family, I'm really sorry that I...
No, that will come later.
Wiped out your... It's been 7 years since this case began. It's been concluded yesterday.
7 years since this case began. Where has he been?
See, he was in custody the entire time.
Precisely. So he has had time to be remorseful.
But at the very least, CT, because the judge actually mentioned that in his pronouncement. He was like, the suspect shows no remorse. He went on before he said, now I sentence you to life imprisonment.
So had he shown remorse, they would have reduced the sentence?
I don't know. But CT, whether you're going to be executed or not, whether you're going to be sentenced to life, at the very least,
Paul, when people commit such heinous crimes...
And don't forget, by the time this judgment is being pronounced, the judge considers the 7 years. So at no one point in the 7 years was this guy sorry.
When people commit such heinous crimes, many questions arise. Was the person in the right state of mind? That raises another question. How do you determine whether somebody is actually in the right state of mind? That's number one. Number two, what were the intervening circumstances that led this person to this? Okay? When I say right state of mind, was he angry at that point in time? Was it something temporary? Or has this person had a mental illness and was never known? Okay?
Apparently the guy was violent in his relationship with the deceased. Because he killed him. He killed his wife and 2 children, a boy and a girl. Basically, he wiped out his family.
then it means there was something wrong with that guy. Not at the time he got married. No.
Na inasemekana, well, again, sasa sikusoma kwa gazeti wala sikuiona kwa TV, nilisoma sasa kwa social media, that apparently he got this girl, his now deceased wife, straight from high school. Married her straight from high school.
Was he in the military then?
He was in the military, yes. Watu wanaweza kuwa noma, bro.
Paul, the thing about crimes, that's why people even study it. Criminology.
Yeah.
There are those who specialize when they study the human mind.
Criminal mind.
Yes, they study it and they try to figure out what it is that drives people to commit such crimes, because someone can say this is what happened, this is what drove him to this position. But then you can give very many other examples of people who've been in that same situation and did not respond quite that way. So what is it that makes this particular person respond in the way they did?
That is why people will tell you nowadays, if you are in an abusive relationship, especially a physical one, my friend,
yes, please,
the first time that abuse happens, walk away.
Paul, forget the abuse. If that person pushes you, that one, pack and go.
Juu wanasemanga huo ndio mwanzo, because everyone else who's been killed before you, ilianza hivyo.
No, it escalates. Pack and go.
Yeah.
Because that person is going to hit you.
And next time he hits you, my friend,
yes,
you don't know what will happen.
No, you do not know. You do not know. The signs that people speak of and they communicate about, as in, oh, this happened, my marriage ended because of this. The signs were there all along. We just didn't want to see it.
Yes. They call them red flags.
They tend to be there. The same could be said about the people we elect. We complain as though we didn't know certain things about certain people.
The red flags are always there.
They were there. Yeah. They were always there. Yeah.
Uliona mtu akifanya voter bribery, uliona goons wakiorganiziwa, opponents wake wakiatakiwa, yeye mwenyewe haatakiwi, unajiuliza ai?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And then
the signs are there.
And then you think that this person is suddenly going to transform into this
angel,
immaculate citizen once they're elected. No. The election gives that person more power than he has ever had or she has ever had in their lives. They're just going to be more of the same. People who have a tendency towards hooliganism, my friend, you can see it. This young man who was shot the other day, Boniface Mwangi, spoke at length about him. And Boniface Mwangi was castigated.
The mobilizer.
Yes. Boniface Mwangi is not known to lie. No.
Okay.
He may say some fairly extremist things.
Yes.
Okay? But Boniface Mwangi is not a liar. In fact, I would argue he's not even a politician. Because politicians embellish things, make them flowery. Boniface Mwangi doesn't. He says things as he sees them.
Yeah.
So when Boniface Mwangi explains something about someone, I tend to listen. And he tells, I know this person. And he explains it. He is not castigating the person. He's explaining and saying, the person I know, my experience, not somebody else's, is A, B, C, and D. Okay?
Yeah.
That gentleman who was shot represents very many other young people in this country who have grown in this line of work that we're referring to as goonism, especially the extortionists.
Siku hizi CT imeanza kupatiwa jina ya kuembellish that inaitwa mobilizer.
They are mobilizers and they do mobilize.
Yeah.
And mobilization is necessary in the political realm. Okay? But mobilization, Kenyan style politically, is it's tailor-made. It's tailor-made. Do you want women to be in the crowd? Do you want them to heckle your opponent? Do you want people who can throw stones?
Yeah.
Do you want people who are adept and good at beating up people? I mean, you can ask for a package deal, and you're told this package deal goes for so much. So it's packaged. It's a business. One could argue a growth industry.
Yeah.
Now, part of the reason why one should be alert, if you know of a politician who does this, why on earth do you think that person is going to bother doing anything for you who voted for him? He's already shown you how he thinks.
Yeah.
What makes you think you, the citizen, he cannot use the same method to work against you?
Kweli.
Use the same method to shut you up when he doesn't like what you're saying. What makes you think? The politician has an opportunity to tell you what they can do, Not by bringing you roads and bringing you boats and bringing you gas cylinders. That's not the point here. The plan they have to change your life from being this person who has a kibanda that just makes you enough to feed your family to a kibanda that takes your children to school and then grows to a kibanda that has 3 other businesses that it has grown. That one. Now, if somebody isn't telling you that,
yes,
and all they're calling you to is a rally where all that happens is that you're entertained.
Yeah.
And all that happens is you hear how so-and-so is bad, so-and-so doesn't know this, so-and-so should shut up, so-and-so... That doesn't help you at all beyond the momentarily... that moment when you're entertained. Beyond that, that's it. You can go and talk about it at length, but that's it.
There's a guest who came here a while back. I can't remember him, but alisomea in the UK back in the days. And he did his, I think, even to master's level. And he was telling us that during his time there, at no one point did they see their local leaders, like your MP, the same way you see your MP here coming to mobilize and dish out money. He said it is because systems there in the UK work.
They do.
Municipalities there work. Watu wa sewerage wanafanya kazi yao. Maji hamtaikatiwa. Stima inakuanga on 24/7. Na in case kitu kifanyike, you guys are told in advance and the repairs are done instantly.
Na kanjo pia iko na nyumba ambao watu wanaishi.
Bas. Sasa alikuwa anatuambia yani huku Kenya ni venye hatujui better. We see our politicians all the time on TV. They fight on TV. They keep on coming to the ground, doing all these empowerment programs. He was saying in the UK, empowerment program for who? And you're coming to give special groups money, youth fund,
that's kazi ya gava.
Alikuwa anasema for those things of which they exist, by the way. They have their own version of youth fund, women empowerment fund and all that. They have them. You go to an office and you apply like any other person, and it's public knowledge. Your MP, your MCA will never come and tell you by the kuna mpango ya serikali inaitwa Nyota. They'll never do that. It is there, it's public knowledge, and it is free for all. You go, you apply, you're given whatever money you're given, you go do your thing, and kuna venye wanakufuatilia and you're sorted.
And they also have stratified and structured public participation.
Bas. Alikuwa anasema whatever when you elect your politician, kazi yake ni pale kwa parliament.
But the thing that must be spoken of is the length of time and centuries that some of these units within the West went to war.
To get to where they are.
Yes. Yeah.
But we can learn from them, City, and take a shortcut.
My point was exactly that. You don't have to go to war to learn what they've learned. Just understand the time you waste. Switzerland and its many cantons.
Yes.
You know those cantons represent...
Counties.
Bro, different linguistic groupings. Kuna wa Italiano, kuna wa Fransa, kuna wa Jerumani, they are the English. Hapo tu.
Yeah.
Why do you think they have rotational president? They understood.
Yeah.
There are five cantons, said 6. We don't need to fight. We are not... You, canton, decide who your president is going to be, then we rotate. So you even know when you're going to have the presidency. So there's no fight. You have a parliament, you elect people, you send them there, and there is public participation in a way that you can't even imagine. Haki. You want to tarmac this road, and there'll be public participation.
Utaongea na watu. Otherwise hiyo barabara haitaanza.
Nope. And they have to be convinced and they have to agree and they can say, okay. Yeah. And that group, this road has a committee, the people who live there, they understand each other, they have agreed. And this is how they go about it. When they tell you yes, there's evidence that they have said yes, then you can continue. And the yes has to do with, you'll build it this way, there'll be X number of street lights, there'll be... Namnayo.
Someone was telling me that in the States, there's some places whereby you're given a contract to construct a road, for example, and the road is supposed to take, let's say, 1 year, so 12 months. But you happen to finish earlier. If you're done in, say, 10 months, that is 2 months in advance. So you'll be paid your full money, the tender amount, plus for every day that you spared. So that the 60 days that you spared the people, you're given something for every single day that you did not, like, am I making sense?
They give you a bonus
for every day.
You reduce the inconvenience by 2 months.
Bas.
And so they compensate you
for that particular time that you have saved the public.
So they understand.
So it actually makes you, the contractor, Utaki kufanya kazi yako haraka.
My friend, you want to do it diligently, but you see,
because not only will you get your full amount, but there's extra.
We grew a population of contractors in this country that we refer to as briefcase contractors. It is alleged that some would even be prepaid. We've never had a period of bad roads like at that time. Before, we had something called Ministry of Works.
I remember it.
And Ministry of Works...
Silwanga Roads and Public Works.
Yes, exactly. And they were nestled within the district. So these barabaras are districts, whether it is in town, they used to repair them. And you constantly saw them repairing it. It has rained, a pothole. That thing would not take 2 days repaired. This one, we have county roads. The county government has money to fix county roads. And I say, So, the idea of having Kenha, Kura, Kera, I personally think it is a very good idea. It makes a lot of sense. But why is it that it has not eliminated the problems we have with our roads? This was a road which, by the EU Barabara, before the current problems that you're hearing about, it was newer. It was the preferred road if you're going that direction. Clearly, somebody didn't quite do the job that they were supposed to do. Roads that have been built and have been built to scale and have been built properly don't have those problems. When you move from the former city mortuary, now Nairobi Funeral Home, and you go towards Junction, that road doesn't have a single problem. We know who built it. If you look at the roundabout, the cross-section between Kilimani, Kileleshwa, there are people who built that road. To date, not even a squeak. If you look at former Bagathi Road, that is Raila Odinga road now, that was concrete. In the years it was built, not a squeak, not a crack. That was a pilot, by the way, to show us
it can be done.
Yes, but our contractors are never going to agree. Neither are the people in government ever going to agree. Because the concrete road, there are no variations. I'm going to explain what I mean. With the current way in which we build roads, the aggregate you put in, whether it is kokoto, whatever you want to call it, and then bitumen, there is variation. In case the sun shines, in case it rains too much. And so because of variation, you may need to have a cost overrun. Okay, now, in this country, when someone tells you cost overrun, you know exactly what's happening. With concrete, you can't do that. Once you build it, you wait for 50 years. You just keep using it.
Why we don't take advantage of the lessons that we have learned, the ideas that we have learned?
We do take lessons that we have learned, and we do apply them. It's just that we take the worst possible lessons that you could learn and then apply these terrible lessons that we've learned.
You remember when we hosted Joyce Munene from the Anti-Corruption Forum? Alituambia ya kwamba, because I remember I asked her, why is it that we are corrupt people? And she just said it's greed. See, the moment you have greed.
It's not greed, Paul. Greed is a manifestation. The excessive greed we see is a manifestation of impunity. When you know you will do wrong and nothing will happen, you are encouraged to do more wrong. You're even encouraged to show off that you've done wrong. You're even encouraged to lie, to talk about how, you wish people would work harder. You wish people would plan and do business, and you're wondering, and this business that you do is which one? And how did it start? Were you selling grass or eggs or chicken? I mean, what were you doing?
People here in Kenya sell chicken.
Eggs.
Okay, and chicken.
And charcoal.
Yep.
And some even sell vegetables. So you ask him, how big is your farm? And where do you sell it to? And if you tell me you're a wheat farmer, I can see you getting rich.
Yes.
You tell me you are a maize farmer, that is not difficult to compute.
Yes. Right
now, if you tell me you're a coffee farmer or even a tea farmer, tea is a bit of a problem right now because of this little tax we added, the 0.8. But people who have been in business that we understand and we can see the profit from, people who are in real estate who grew rich, we could see how they were growing rich. It's not difficult for you to see.
Like in a Knight Frank.
It is not difficult to see. Yes. And you can walk and understand, this moved here, and then this moved here, and then this is what happened. It's not difficult to see. If you have a factory that produces nails, we can understand. If you produce corrugated iron sheets, put it this way. Many of these people who tell us how it is they've worked hard, if you don't really need an in-depth analysis. You just need to have a cursory look at it and realize this person is telling you hogwash.
True.
And they worked hard. Who doesn't work hard?
We need someone to change a lot in this country because people have actually lost faith.
The example, in all honesty, has to come from the very top.
It does. That's why I'm saying we need someone.
You'll be fought.
Yeah.
By the way, what is not seen, Kibaki was fought. These cartels we're talking about yesterday. Kibaki was fought. They knew, but Kibaki was unwell. But they knew. Kibaki was making decisions that would run afoul of the plans they had.
Nadhani serikali ya Kibaki ilikuanga ina make mablunders tunaona katika our current dispensation.
No.
I didn't see the interior minister at the time making the kinds of blunders we are seeing right now. I didn't see the CS for Treasury speaking in the way our current CS is speaking. I even our communications team, and remember the time it was led by Dr. Alfred Mutua. That was one, tulikuwa tunaingilia Alfred kila wakati, by the way, tulikuwa tunamuenjoy. Ridiculous used to do skits on him every Sunday.
But we were informed.
24/7.
We were informed. He said some genuinely ridiculous things, but we were informed.
Yes.
Yes, there's a guy called Kanloguna who came along. We were informed.
Exactly. We need someone to take us back to that kind of respect and
the current
and
position
faith
of government spokesman in this country, that one has failed us dismally. It's not an insult. It's just they failed us. Because if the government expects people to know what they're doing, there are all these offices they have. In every ministry, there's a communication department. What do they do apart from drawing a salary? What do they do?
I have never seen a government that says one thing through one arm or one official, then another official just comes and says, hiyo mulisikia huko wachaneni na hii inawaambia ndio. And then the guy at the very top comes and says, look guys, this is...
You see, the thing that I am of the opinion of, from the things I have observed.
Yes.
Have you heard of people saying, the president is being let down by people around him? Have you heard people say that?
We've even said it, yeah.
Yes. I don't think there's a president who selected the people, who are allowed the people around him, who have let him down as much as this particular president. I don't think so. Because in all honesty, every government has its fair share of dark deeds that they participate in.
Very true.
This one, the blundering that one witnesses is completely unnecessary. And it is the duty of those who are in those positions to ensure that, one, they're either reduced, muted, or they're presented in a light that favors the government. None of that is done. None.
Very true.
So, the naysayers take hold of the narrative, and they are the ones who push their narrative. And that narrative is what people believe. Because there is no alternative narrative to counter it.
Running this government is like emceeing a wedding, where the groom tells you, this is what I want. The bride tells you, this is what I want.
Seriously?
So the bride, of course, inafika mali groom anasema, okay, tuende na bride. Then now there is always that one auntie who feels like apana, she's the final say as far as this wedding is concerned. So she will come and tell you, ita nani kutoka nani, wakuje waongee. Unajua hao ndio walilea msichana. So you call someone, and then the bride looks at you like, who told you to call that person?
Well, let me ask the question. In this thing, who's paying you?
The couple.
Have they given you a deposit?
Yes. And it's the man who gave the deposit. So he's the one paying for sure.
That's the guy who listen to.
But let me tell you something, CT. If you ever MC a wedding, it's the bride.
I want to assure you.
The groom is the wallet.
I want to assure you.
This wedding belongs to the woman.
That is absolutely true. But let me just explain this to you.
Yes.
I will never MC a wedding.
That
will never happen.
In case you find yourself.
No, allow me to repeat again. Unless one of my contemporaries decide
CT, you're the
that they're remarrying, okay,
or renewing their vows.
Yeah, that one. If it is their children, let them get their age mates to go and
Forget.
do them seeing it. That one, no.
So at the end of the day, there's that one auntie who just decides that they will come and commandeer the whole thing. Initially, I used to make the blunders of listening to them. Me, what I usually tell them is, unakuja kunipatia instructions na kulizanga, have you cleared it with the bride?
Bas.
Because if you haven't cleared it with the bride,
Then no.
I am sorry, I am not going to do what you're telling me.
Then
Hate me, love me.
So you've learned the tricks.
Initially, I would make those blunders. Na ulikuwa unatukanwa. So that's what I'm saying. Running this government is like emceeing a wedding. Because groom anakuambia hivi, bride anasema hivi. Then kuna huyu auntie anakuja, alafu of course kuna mzee ambaye sasa ndio baba ya groom. Yeye anasema unajua msana ni wetu sasa. Sasa utafanya vitu kulingana venye tunataka. Juu huku sasa ni kwetu, mambo inaendanga hivi. Ukikuja Umasaini, sisi kama Wamasai tunafanyanga hivi. Sisi kama Wajaluo, sisi kama Wakamba. Me actually tell them, my friend, I respect you.
Please, just
mzee na kuheshimu
sana.
Lakini unaona yule madama ameketi pale ule, nikienda njia ingine tutakosana naye. Unajua yeye ndiye ananilipa. Ndio ongea naye. Akisema tufanye hivyo, by the way, tutafanya. Hata ukitaka tukaa mpaka saa 6 usiku tutakaa. So I believe that this is what is happening currently, because one person says this, another person they call the press, they say it on this channel, kidogo someone says it on a different channel, then now the president comes and says it on all other channels. Mnashanga, lakini si asubuhi tuliambiwa hivi na CSO Interior.
Do you know why you have spokespeople? They're supposed to be communication experts.
Yes.
Okay? Not spin doctors, communication experts. They will package this thing and communicate it in a way that is, first of all, it is understood. Once something is understood, first of all, you reduce the questions that would be asked and you reduce the naysaying. Not that you'll eliminate it, but you reduce it.
Yeah.
But people cannot therefore not say that they have not been informed, because they have been. So when that is completely lacking, then, my friend, you're out in the open taking pot shots.
Yeah.
And you will be attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked. Because there is, the whole point of the communication is not to protect you, but to do what the government must do, keep its people informed.
Very true. Very true.
So they know. It's part of this public participation. The public needs to know. So you tell them. So when they're having their own discussions about it, it's from what it is that you have told them. If there's alternative information with government projects, so you just cross-check and look at the project. Hey, there's nothing to fight about.
Yeah.
So like now, the issue of these affordable houses, the discussion is not, are they going to be there? Remember, they are not being built. They can't be built. Well, actually, they have been built. Even the costs, the discussion has gone down. Who is going to live in these houses now? Nothing wrong with the discussions that took place originally.
Yes.
Because what people were doing was expressing their mistrust. But that mistrust has been reduced in certain quarters simply because of what people see. Have the communication people taken advantage of that to even talk about it more than others? You're told to go to this website. Stop telling people to go to websites. Tell them. Explain.
Yeah.
Let them know. Talk about it periodically. Because you are fighting against people who take shots at you daily.
Yeah. Very true.
By the hour. By the half hour. By the minute.
There's something, now you've said this, I've remembered. There's something that this government said they will do. They will employ influencers to communicate certain government policies. And I think that's a very good idea. Because what I have seen Germans do, oh my, if you happen to use, if you happen to visit German websites and so on and so forth, you will see a lot of government communication in form of short videos, explainers, just telling people what to do. Like the other time I was telling you how they keep on explaining to people, because there are foreigners who keep on going to Germany. There are new people who keep on being born in Germany. So they need to keep on reminding people how to take care of waste. This is how you take care of recyclables. This is how you take care of organic materials. This is how you take care of this and this and that. And it's a good thing. They advise people on also some of just how to things as simple as, something you'd never think about, crossing roads. kitu unafikiria kwani si unamkanga tu look left look right cross.
Kuna watu wamekuja hapo who don't know those things.
They don't know how to use cause huko pia kuna mahali unafinya button traffic stops then you can cross.
Yes.
Man, you're taught those things, and for someone watching that would be like, this is a waste of time. But there's someone who sees it for the first time like myself and I'm like, wow, that's an amazing innovation. You know,
Paul, when you see a zebra crossing, you just walk. You know why?
Yes.
The car will stop.
Right.
A Kenyan? Hapana. Atakugonga. You now.
Na kwanza atakuhutia. Wewe angalia mahali unaenda wewe. Na kutukane.
And that zebra crossing is specifically there so that
for that pedestrian.
Yes, exactly. So now we talk about the abrogation of the rule of law, where we fail to recognize how we entertain it and how we normalize it in our everyday life. Yes. Have you ever been in a public vehicle where people eat and just keep throwing things out of the window?
Me, I hoot. Mimi ukuhutia alafu nakuja level na wewe na kuambia bwana wacha. Mi hata even people on bicycles or bikes, ati mtu amekula tu kimandizi anatupa. Mi nakuhutianga na kuambia wacha kutupa trash.
Paul, you've asked me the question why I carry this bag here.
Yes, that's your trash bag, eh?
You've understood it perfectly. A friend of mine taught me that many decades ago. He had a bag like that in his car. You're eating oranges.
Trash them.
You're doing what? And I thought this is even the biodegradable stuff, just so that you do not litter.
Yeah.
It is amazing how the mind gets trained into this. In the home that we live in, do children pick up litter or do they just throw things about? Remember, the African child who is a boy, many of them grow up eating and just leaving the plate there. You can tell somebody whose mother taught them, trained them, drilled them. Food, they help bring it to the table. When they have eaten, they take their plate to the kitchen and they wash the plate.
My neighbor's house ilikuanga hivyo. Unamaliza kukula na sahani yako, kikombe chako, whatever it is, you take it to the kitchen, you clean.
Yes.
You put it in the rack.
Yes. Kusha.
Yeah.
Not that somebody's going to clean it for you.
You are leaving it for the house help. My friend, house help aliandikwa kazi tofauti sana. Si kuosha vyombo zako.
Let me tell you, those things help you. I still remember a roommate who did not, when I was in college, that gentleman hadn't quite learned even how to boil an egg. Not really.
Why?
He had never needed to boil an egg.
Oh, it was boiled for him.
Yeah, we had a hot plate.
Okay.
He didn't, and I was surprised he didn't. But he opened my eyes to how other people are brought up. So, because me, I could cook. Actually cook. I can actually cook a meal so that many people eat it. Okay? But this fellow had not had that training. He hadn't.
So he had to learn a lot.
He knew I would always come with I had a thermos flask.
Okay.
And I was friendly with the guys in the kitchen. So I had discovered that there was food for the vegetarians. And there were around 6 of them. That food was better cooked than the stuff we're eating. The stuff we're eating was okay.
Yeah.
So I became a vegetarian.
Ilibidi.
And the cafeteria would close at 9. I'd be there 10 to 9. So by the time it closes, I'm still in. The cooks were my friends. And I also realized that those guys were eating slabs of steak. Which they cooked.
Right. So Siti alikuwa nakula slab of steak.
Now you, my man, Aramanu catches on very quickly. And that thermos flask, there was tea, but mine would be full of hot milk. So they were my friends.
Yes.
On the day that we had Swiss rolls for dessert, we used to have Swiss rolls for dessert. Everybody would have it. Yes. Me, I'd be given some like 2 of those just to go with to my room. So if you visited me, you'd have hot chocolate,
a Swiss roll,
and a slice of Swiss roll. So I was a very good guy to visit.
Okay.
Now I'm simply trying to say that this life is not as complicated as people make it. What do I mean by that? This country has enough resources for everybody. We don't need to have people in this country who are poor. We don't.
I agree.
But we also don't need to have people who plunder the resources that should go to these poor people.
Yeah.
So that they are so rich to the point where they don't know what to do with their money. If you have one helicopter, you want two. Okay. Can we then say that we put a cap on the number of helicopters you can own? Can we say 3? Just that we're generous. So we need a 4th and a 5th one for. Because it's now no longer you need it or you want to do business. It's you and your clique of friends. It's a competition. My house is on 1 acre in Karen because time has passed. Permissions can be given. I can now build on 1 acre as opposed to 2, which was before.
Yes.
I, on the other hand, live on 2 acres. So when we compare notes, you and I can't compare the same notes.
No, we can't.
But then our neighbor just down the road has 5 acres. Okay? So now I want to work hard, and work hard means I want to make a deal that will enable me to buy 5 acres.
Yeah.
Because this 1 acre is not just doing
Kuna vile.
You are quibbling about 1 acre. When there are people who feel they're doing very well because they live in blocks of flats, around 5 or 6 of them that have been built on this 1 acre. And as far as they're concerned, they're okay.
Yeah. And they're breathing well.
Yes. But there are those who don't live there. There are those who now live in some place that you've never visited. They have no sewerage. They have no electricity. They have no running water. And those houses are not permanent. And those houses can be permanent. They can be sewerage. But the same money that's supposed to build this is the same money that you planned to build these blocks of flats so these other people can live in.
You've said that. I remember there's this guy, he's a comedian, I can't remember which country, but it's a European country. And he vied to be mayor of his city. Mchezo tu, because he looked at the list of people who want to be mayor. Hakuna mtu alikuanga. No, like literally. No one was on that list. So he was literally voted unopposed. And he was a comedian. So he just threw his name into the ballot because alikuwa anasema, and there's no one who wants to become mayor. And he just put his name there. So he became mayor.
This is not a movie, it's real.
No, it's real. It's in Europe. It's just, I cannot remember.
Problem. Go ahead.
The country.
Yes.
So he said after that first term, he couldn't wait to leave office. He was like, guys, hii kazi si ya kila mtu. He said that he didn't even have time for other things. His comedy, he can't kudimia because he was like, being a politician is such a difficult job. And he left after the moment because he didn't go back for re-election. After that, alisema, my friend, hii kazi nimewaachia. And he didn't amass any wealth for the period that he was mayor. He didn't steal any public funds. Kwanza, he ensured everything is done according, because alikuwa anasema hii ni pressure. I'm the only guy who wanted this seat. Man, I cannot blunder. I cannot squash. Yani sitakuwa ule msee mwenye itasemekana huyu hata afadhali tungeachia ng'ombe ichukue hiyo kiti. So he actually did a pretty good job, but he said, my friend, I am not going to be doing this ever again anytime soon. Wacha nisalimia hapa H Makanda amesema no, let me start with Finissimo. Is it Finissimo? No, let's start with Alando. Alando said, good morning guys. Among Michael Randenberger's middle names, Omwami stood out. Okay. EdQuest amesema Ndugu Kalonzo should relax. Mbere North is here. Wiper is here too. He has an opportunity to prove himself at 27. Or yeah, I think you mean 27, yeah? Salimia CT scan Muga, that is according to Finissimo. Umesalimiwa
CT scan.
Hezon Ngoro amesema City and Movie, you are very right on the issue of violent relationships. Park and go is the only solution to avoid tragedy in waiting. Hivyo ndivyo inafaa kukua. Mr. Makanda amesema CT is wrong. Public participation doesn't mean consent. It means community was engaged and their views considered. It doesn't really mean they must consent to the project. Okay, so if the community doesn't consent to the project, does the project still go on?
No. Then where is the public participation?
If we are asked about building a road in our area and we all say
we don't want it, so yes.
So will the government still go ahead and
or then why do we have public participation?
Kama ilikuanga tu kusikiza mmesema amtaki. Good. Contractor jenga.
You see, it is how he understands the practice of public participation. Public participation could even tell you, instead of building this thing here, this is the plan you have. We'd prefer you build it here because of A, B, C, D. If public participation has no impact on the project or on the operationalization of the project, then why have it?
Why have it?
Why have it? Why do you think we have it?
Very good question.
Just so that people can talk about it?
Nah.
No.
It should be meaningful engagement.
It is meaningful. It is meaningful. As in, we have this project, and this is what we want to do. I told no, we do not want it here. What we want is for it to be here. And the reason we want, I was giving this example of something I saw when I went to Nakuru the other day. There is a soko called Sokomjinga, just when you're leaving Kiambu County and you're going into Nyandarua County.
I've heard of Sokomjinga.
Yes. You drive up ahead there. Sokomjinga was on the side of the road. But there's a new market that was built. I don't know what that particular market is called, but it's just before a certain flyover that now takes you to Nyandarua. It works. You know how it works? The market is not built on the side of the road.
Yeah.
The market is built something like 100 meters from the road. And in between, there is a huge parking area. Meaning, you can drive off the road, get into the market, and drive off again quietly. Without the inconvenience of you worrying whether some driver or some vehicle is going to come by and pass with your door. So, Komjinga, that is what always concerned you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, again, in my opinion, somebody sought public participation.
Yeah.
And they were told, actually, that is the place, not good. This
is
good.
Better.
Yes, and if you do it this way, it works. And actually, from what I saw, I was amazed, but it makes sense. Even as you're passing by, okay, look at Buffalo Mall in Naivasha, okay? It's not on the side of the road. You drive in.
Away from traffic.
Away from traffic completely. And there's ample room for good. The loos are fantastic. Everything about it is very nice, well laid out. When you drive out, see, again, somebody thought this thing through.
Yeah.
Now, public participation is supposed to extend the thinking through, now to involve those who live there to tell you what they think and what they would like. When the public is consulted, that project has no choice but to work.
Umesema Buffalo Mall, nikakumbuka I once went to a Walmart in Boston in Massachusetts. Massachusetts. And bro, that thing is magnificent. All Walmarts are designed the same. Like if you go to any Walmart in the US, it's the same. Ukiingia tu hivi, the design, the building, nini, kila kitu is the same. So you know where clothes are, you know where groceries are, you know. So you won't waste time. You won't get there and get confused like, ati nimeingia hapa, sasa nina vitunguu ziko. You know ukiingianga tu take 5 steps to the left, right, unapata vitunguu zako hapo. And it is well thought out. It is away from traffic. So you will have to get a little bit into the interior, and then it has huge parking. Huge. Na huko parking hazilipiangi kama za Kenya. Just get in, park your car, time ya kutoka, you just exit. Point is, I like the fact that they considered, and I'm sure even for the private entities, they did their own public participation, they did their own planning. Now akajua boss, if we need, for convenience, to avoid clashing with the communities, this is how we need to design our place.
They think convenience for the client, because without the client, that mall is useless. Okay? Now, countries of that sort, you know one of the reasons why they do not need to charge. You should find out what else that county does in terms of raising revenue. Yes.
Walmart employs people, Buana.
Yes, it does.
Oh my goodness.
But it's one, they are one of the richest companies on the planet. The point I'm making is, states in America are countries.
Yes.
The assemblies are not very dissimilar to our assemblies in our counties. They make laws. So when you move from one state to the other, this thing may be a law here, on the other county it is not. But they raise their own revenues and they function with the revenues that they have. The national government can chip in, okay?
Federal government,
as they call it.
Yes.
But that's how they function. So now, something like parking, should we say, is a convenience that the citizens are offered? It could be the same here.
Yeah.
It could be the same.
True.
It is not that we do not have the money. If I look at the plundering that Kenya has endured from the time of the colonialists until now, this state should have collapsed a long time ago. It should have been a genuine third world banana republic. But it has survived.
True.
And it actually grows. Now imagine if this theft was reduced significantly to the point of near elimination. Okay? and it was not tolerated, where do you think this country would be? Because we as Kenyans steal the living daylights out of our own resources.
True.
And we don't care. And we think it is okay.
Aya, nani mwingine nisalimie before tuingie kwa news?
By the way, nikumbushe tu, that gentleman, the comedian, was a guy called John Gnarr, and he was a comedian, and he was elected 2010 in a town in Iceland.
Right.
The town is called Reykjavik.
Reykjavik.
Yes.
Reykjavik.
Bwana, hii kitu imeandikwa Jakavik hapa bwana.
Okay, sorry.
Ni Vic.
Okay,
Yes. Reykjavik.
Ni sawa city sikatai.
What do you mean?
Sikatai ni
You're
sawa.
suggesting a country.
So that comedian is the guy who said after that one term he was like keep your country bana, keep your city, keep your town. I can't do this no more. Thank you for that.
You
one.
know why people didn't want that seat?
You
know when you have a system that works?
Yeah.
What do you need a mayor for?
Kila kitu inafanya kazi.
Yeah, it works.
Mahospitali, maji, garbage collection. You guys don't even think about.
People know what they're supposed to do and they do it.
Yeah.
You have county officials, they do what they. It's a job tu wanalipwa kila kitu. So this mayor thing they ask, it's like asking, mayor atakuja kufanya nini?
Yeah. Ukienda place kama London, huko hakunanga vumbi alafu kuja hapa bana, unarudingi Kenya unaanza kuchoka na your country.
There's a guy who is making waves in the US, mayor of New York.
Ah, yes.
The Ugandan.
He's a Muslim, right?
He's a Ugandan. Unajua, the thing that I find interesting is now, since his origins was Uganda,
yes,
because that's where his father came from.
Yeah.
Do we call him an African American?
I don't know, man. What does he consider? But he's an American.
The reason why I'm raising this question, okay? If a white South African, born in South Africa, goes to the US, becomes a citizen of the US, are they considered an African American?
Yes, they are.
Charlize Theron, like a chick like that who acts.
Yes.
South African.
She's South African, yes.
So is she an African American?
They don't even use any of her nationalities. They just say American actor, American born South African actor.
Bas, ndio inakwambia, if we were to use the term correctly, she's an African American.
Yeah.
Unless we are saying that you need to be our complexion to be African.
Elon Musk.
He's an African American. Is he not?
Well, I mean, by all definition. Aye. Nick Bala amesema Meja Mugure seems to have childhood traumas. Oh yes, that's the guy who killed his family and was sentenced to life yesterday. We're taking this short break. We get into the news. Then, when we do come back, in this particular hour, we were to host, like I said, the financial expert. Unfortunately, he didn't make it. But we are hosting the PS State Department. You know what? Nitakuwa naambia in a short while. Msiende mbali na mimi.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Several businesses were destroyed after fire broke out in the Southlands area of Langata, Nairobi early today. The blaze started in Kijiji Nyuma within Rubia Estate, sending thick smoke into the air as residents fled to safety. The Kenya Red Cross says emergency teams were deployed to help firefighters contain the fire. No injuries have been reported. A Kibera court has allowed police to hold 6 suspects for 48 hours of an alleged fake Madaraka Express ticket booking scam. The suspects appeared before Chief Magistrate S. Anyambo but did not take a plea. Police told the court they needed more time to complete investigations before filing charges. The court ordered the suspects to return on July 16th for plea taking and possible charging. Nominated Senator Hamida Kibwana has asked the Senate to investigate illegal developments and the grabbing of public spaces in Nairobi. She wants the Roads, Transport and Housing Committee to explain how building rules are being enforced, probe claims of collusion between developers and county officials, and outline plans to reclaim blocked roads, footpaths and drainage systems.
I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of a county-wide concern regarding the increased cases of unregulated developments, encroachment on public spaces and obstruction of roads, pedestrian walkways and drainage systems in estates within Nairobi City County. Mr. Speaker, sir, some developers in Nairobi City County continue construction works that interfere with public infrastructure and compromise resident safety, accessibility, and general welfare.
Gender, Culture and Children's Affairs Cabinet Secretary Hannah Cheptumo has expressed concern over the rising cases of teenage pregnancy in Baringo County. Cheptumo blamed the increase on what she described as parental neglect, saying many parents have failed to properly guide and supervise their children.
Ningeomba sana sisi wote tuweze kuwa macho kwa sababu watu kama hawa si marafiki zetu. Mtu kama huyo ni adui wa kila mmoja wetu.
Those who are going for school children, you are enemies of education and you are enemies of the younger generation. Please, can you stop that behavior? Because it's crime.
Hii mambo ya kupatia msichana mimba akiwa mdogo, mwenye amekosa ni mzazi. Kwa sababu wazazi wanafaa kufanya kazi yao, vijana na wasichana, mufanye ile kazi inawahusu. Musome, mukae kwa heshima, mukae katika mila yetu, mpaka ikifika wakati yenye unafaa kuwa mzazi.
US President Donald Trump has reversed his threat of a 20% fee on all Strait of Hormuz cargo shipping as the US battles to break Iran's hold on the waterway. Trump said the toll will be replaced by massive trade and investment deals with Gulf states just hours before the US resumed its blockade on Iranian ports. It follows renewed strikes between the US and Iran, which triggered a sharp rise in oil prices.
We've been doing that for many, many years. It was never fair to me that we would be guarding the strait when we basically don't take anything. We don't need the oil at all. And it wasn't important for us, but it was important for allies. It was important for people that we get along with very well, including the major Gulf state countries. So I put it out yesterday. I thought it was good. I was called by different people, different countries, kings and emirs and all of the people that we all know and we all love, and they've been very strong partners. And they said, we'd love to do it a different way. We'd love to invest in the United States with billions and billions of dollars and continue our record setting, because there's never been a time like this with the United States, with the factories, with the plants, with everything else. And we would like to invest tremendously in the United States as opposed to charging a fee. And I like that, actually, because I don't think anybody should be able to charge a fee for the strait or for any other straight relationship in terms of other.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. France's hopes of winning the 2026 FIFA World Cup are over after a 2-0 semi-final defeat to Spain in Dallas. The loss also marks the end of Didier Deschamps' time as France coach. The 57-year-old, who won the World Cup as a player in 1998 and as a coach in 2018, had hoped to lift the trophy for a third time. France struggled to create chances against Spain, managing only 10 shots. They will now face a third-place playoff on Saturday. England will be without two players for their World Cup semi-final against Argentina later today. Midfielder Jordan Henderson is still recovering from a broken arm, while defender Jarrell Kwanzaa is suspended after being sent off in the last 16 win over Mexico. The absences give coach Thomas Tuchel decisions to make as he finalizes his starting lineup. Tuchel is also considering keeping the same back four that started England's quarter-final victory over Norway. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are, mko salama. My Take 2.0 na kuona na wale wengine wote ambao wametusalimia. Ndawasalimia when the time is right. Right now though, we want to get to this other segment in this particular hour. Like I told you, a conversation which is about to take place that is germane to some of the things that you have been experiencing. So I'll invite you, if you have any questions, you can find us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. We're live on YouTube currently. That is Radio Generation Kenya. You can also find us on our X account where we are also streaming live. Kwa hivyo usiseme hauna mahali pa kutuongelesha. You can also find us at your favorite website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Right now though, as promised, we are hosting the Principal Secretary, State Department for Diaspora Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. That is Rosalind Kathure Njogu. Karibu tena sana, Madam PS. It's been, I think the last time we hosted you here was about, 3 months ago?
Is it? It's only 3 months.
Imagine when Russia was boiling.
Yeah, Russia was boiling nicely. It was only 3 months ago.
It was.
My goodness. Okay.
Yeah,
yes,
but
you're right. But the year, it feels like
It feels like a long time ago.
Yes, a lot has happened, I guess, in a very short time.
Yes, indeed it has.
Absolutely.
But you're well?
Keeping well, tunashukuru. Entering the very cold July.
Yes, it is
Kenya's
cold.
winter,
It is cold.
Loving it.
I've also been seeing that you're very busy, of course, doing government work,
of course.
Trying to bridge the gap, trying to talk to Kenyans from all over the diaspora space, which is a good thing. So we appreciate you for that.
Asante sana.
Kama
Hiyo ndio kazi.
Hiyo ndio kazi. Before tuingie kwa conversation ya leo, Siti yako na methali. This week we have been in Benin, also known as the Kingdom of Dahomey, formerly, but nowadays they modernized and they call themselves Benin. So, Siti, over to you.
It's one of the things that is interesting about some countries in Africa. They have a capital city which is like a commercial center, and then they have the seat of government. Okay, Porto Novo is their capital. Cotonou is like
it's
their
commercial.
business. Yes, it's like the commercial center. And sometimes the commercial center is actually bigger in terms of size than the seat of power.
And you know, City, that's not just an African thing. That's actually, we see that in many places because, you know, for us, embassies and high commissions are usually in the capital. So sometimes you go to the capital, which is quite far from where everything else happens.
Yes.
In Australia, that is in Canberra.
Yes.
It is very far from the
everywhere.
big cities where everything, it's not Sydney, it's not Perth, it's not Melbourne, it's not where, you know, stuff is happening. But you know, I interrupted you.
No. My mind went to South Africa.
Indeed, but South Africa has like 3 capitals.
They do. They have Cape Town, they have Pretoria, and you have Johannesburg.
Johannesburg is actually not one of them. It's Cape Town, it's Pretoria, and it's...
You're not going to say Bloemfontein, surely?
Nitakwambia. It's not Joburg is a huge commercial hub.
Yes.
But the seat of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary are in different cities.
Oh, no, you're quite right.
Yeah.
You're quite right.
Yeah.
Whether judiciary sits, whether government sits, and the commercial... No, you're quite
then
right.
Joburg is a commercial,
actually,
whatever.
We've actually spoken of it here. You are quite right.
So tukianza maandamano huko South Africa, tutahave
you have to decentralize.
So
you have to determine who the focus of your activism is. Is it the executive? Is it the judiciary? Is it the legislature? And then unajipanga.
Ndio mnasema sasa Wakenya wenzangu.
Or if you're going after, commerce, then you go to.
Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Aya, methali City.
Yes. An old story does not open the ears like a new one.
Oh. Okay. I mean, so do you want me to say maana nje na maana juu na maana ndani?
Maana yako.
Maana yangu.
Yenye wewe umeelewa.
Yes.
I would equate it to the saying that a rumor makes its way around the world before the truth has had a chance to put on its pants.
Very true.
Something new, or I think for you, journalists and media people,
yes,
it is not a story the dog bites a person. It is a story the day the person bites the dog.
That is the story.
That is the story.
Because ingi not wamezoea sana.
Yeah. So it is. It's interesting that you say that. Now, the other meaning that I take from that is when things work, there's no story there. So this morning, before you left your house, you probably, took a shower, used the washroom and so on.
Yeah.
You didn't pause to think, the plumbing in my house is fantastic. You did, but it worked, right? So you opened the tap, probably you washed your hands, you took a shower, the plumbing worked. You didn't pause to ponder, wow, the plumbing, the plumbers these days,
are awesome.
The elimu in this country is amazing. You didn't pause to think about that. Now, if this morning your loo had broken, or your
tap
doesn't work, or the plumbing broke, your entire day would be about, I can't even find a good plumber in this country. In fact, hizi vitu zinatoka, I don't know, they imported from where, they don't work well. Nani alijenga inyumba? Kikuyu Gothic landlords. You would completely be on, or you'd be on a path.
Yes.
What do I mean? When things work well, including when things like governance systems and the government works and things are moving smoothly, there is no story. There is no credit to give. Wait until something small breaks.
Yes.
Then, people need to know, what is the government doing about XYZ?
Good stuff.
Ndio maana yangu.
Nimeipenda sana. Before we get to South Africa, actually that's where we started also, in terms of, this capital.
Yes.
The last time we were here, you mentioned something to do with Myanmar, trying to, deal with Kenyans that were stuck there and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
How far are we as far as that conversation is concerned?
Myanmar is an interesting piece. Things have calmed down significantly, right? So we've not had major challenges in the last maybe several months of Kenyans going through Thailand and finding themselves in scam compounds in Myanmar. We still have a group that we've been working to rescue.
Yes.
There's a group that came out not on the Thailand side, but on the Cambodia side.
Yes.
That we've been working again working with to rescue. We've also had challenges of some repeat offenders, right? So we rescue you. You come back, unarudi, because So we've had some challenges, but the upside is that a lot more people now are aware. We've done quite some impressive work in terms of getting the people to know.
Yes.
So more people know, more people are aware. So we are seeing that tide sort of beginning to slow down. We are not, our new Balozi in Thailand, Lusiki Ruthu, is, of course, always, in touch with concerns, but they have significantly reduced. So challenges are, it does feel often like, the fire goes down in one place, and
another
then
one
it pops up.
Elsewhere,
it pops up someplace else. But that is the nature of having a global mandate, right?
Okay.
So we have
Madam
problems in
PS,
different places.
This I have to ask. Huh?
Yeah.
What is it that is communicated to Kenyans about their traveling abroad? I'm going to explain what I mean. Again, the issue of the loo not working and you blaming the plumber.
Yeah.
We do not restrict Kenyans from leaving the country, do we?
Not really, no.
No, we do not. Now, we also don't restrict where they go to, do we?
Not necessarily. Okay, so I'm speaking like a good lawyer. I'm saying not necessarily. I'm leaving myself some room to say some things after you finish. So, yes, we don't necessarily restrict where Kenyans can go. Freedom of movement, big democratic rights. Once you have your passport, you can pretty much go where you can go based on the visas that you have, where your money can take you, and so on and so forth. What we do for people looking for work, because the government has a Kazi Maju program, we are incentivizing, we are facilitating, we are working with certain railroads to help people find opportunities abroad for work. What we've done as part of our protective infrastructure is to create checks that ensure we're able to catch traffickers, we're able to get you off a bad path before you travel too far down that path. So, for example, if I am going to work abroad as an IT practitioner to Qatar, for example, I should have gone through the process online of making sure that the job order that was used to recruit me exists. That's done by our department or by the Kenya Embassy, in this case in Qatar. I should have had my interviews done, blah, 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 gotten my passport, gotten my clearance from the Ministry of Labor. And at the last point, when I am exiting JKIA, for example, there is a labor desk that's supposed to clear me and pretty much say, okay, so we know Roslyn Jogu is going to work in Doha and she's going to be a data analyst or whatever, right? So that gives a lot of protections, and we use that data, of course, to track, and that's sometimes how we start to realize the problem somewhere, because we are starting to see too many people going to a suspect destination, and then then the data begins to tell us some interesting things. So that would be the restriction. So at that point, if I come with my whatevers and I tell you I am going to Thailand for this job, there are certain places that immediately light up fires, and we're like, let us do that check again. Before we let you leave, let us do that check. The other one would be Russia, right? So because we had challenges of people going off and joining the special military operations in Russia, then if we see you're going to Russia for work, we are going to pull you aside and make sure that you have received certain clearances before you can leave. And that is an administrative action that we've taken for the protection of Kenyans. But pretty much, if you say, I am going to Moscow for for holiday
during winter.
If you want to go and see, snow-capped mountains, and you want to go and enjoy the snow, and you want to go, get some good opera,
why not?
Pesa ni yako, passport ni yako,
how many
miguu ni yako.
Of the percentage of people who travel out for work, what percentage actually go through the structured channels?
A fairly good number now. Our systems have gotten much, much, much better. I was looking at these numbers actually last week. Let me see. One of my colleagues at the in the whatever shared it with me. I was looking at these numbers last week, and I know, for example, that in January, some 4,273 people went through the desk. In February, 4,918. In May, something like 4,749 and so on, right? And we even have the gender distribution, and we know where people are going. And if you drill down on that report, we can tell you which countries they're going to, where they come from, which county they come from, and so on. So this is working. It's gotten better and better.
So it means that our missions abroad know of these people and know where they are.
So they should, yes.
My concern is not these ones.
Your concerns are the other ones who
the
go...
The clever ones, yes.
So, and maybe, City, we need to stop being concerned about... Here's what I mean. So using this system, the one that I have explained, that there's various actors in the value chain. There's the Ministry of Labor as a key actor. There's our Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs as a key actor. With all of these checks and balances, and ultimately our Kenya missions abroad and our department to support people in the diaspora. Through that system, the last time I was here, I gave you some numbers about how many Kenyans have gotten jobs. So as at last week, the numbers I have for Kenyans who have benefited from the Kazi Maju program in the last 3.5 years are 583,000 Kenyans.
Whoa.
So we are very close to the 600K mark. That is a lot of people. And those are the ones I'm talking about that we have the data, right? Are there still people who have gone and have not, we have not captured? I'm sure there are, because I still find them who call when I go to do the diaspora engagement. So they are there. The important thing is this. Do people know about the protection infrastructure? They do. Those who don't know, we are still trying to reach them. But anybody who wants to find out information about how to go abroad safely has a place to check, to find out, can reach out to us. They should not walk in the dark.
Okay.
The ones who go without giving us that information are also there. But at some point, every adult has to take some responsibility. You have to take your own responsibility. You have to take responsibility. If you on purpose choose to walk outside the protection that has been given to you by your government, ni sawa. Utafunzwa na
ulimwengu.
Utafunzwa literally na ulimwengu out there. Yeah. And that is also okay. We know that in every society there will be a few rule breakers, and this is going to happen. Yeah.
Have you had instances where, like you said, mtu amesema nimeenda Moscow holiday, nimeenda skiing, kujibamba huko ni watch ballerina, and then they call you and they're like, "Wait, so now things are thick.
Yes.
Nilikuja huku and I'm working in this store. I'm working as a whatever, and I need help."
Yes, that is the bulk of our distress cases.
Okay.
The bulk of our distress cases come from people who went in irregular ways, which is why when we talk about the Kazi Maju program, we are always talking about safe, ethical, regular, legal mobility. But when you go through these chochoro ways where someone tells you, we kuja tuna visitors visa, we kuja tuna tourist visa, tutakutengenezea work permit once you're here. You go to the UAE on a visitor's visa.
Yes. You
land there. Then the person who told you they're going to help you get a work permit and whatnot, they start now doing the whole thing where when you nitakupigia, and then they block you, and then you're stuck.
Yeah.
And then now you start hunting for whatever, for work, and life becomes very difficult.
It's
then
hard.
people reach out. So these situations are there. But why would somebody knowingly walk down I understand that people are desperate sometimes. They're looking for work. But there is a path that one should follow. If you're already struggling, we always say, you can struggle at home. You struggle in Kenya. But the kind of struggle you will go through here, let's say if you don't have a home, if you don't have a job and so on, is very different from the struggle you will go through someplace else. This morning, somebody has sent me a message saying, oh, please, so-and-so has gone to the embassy. They're trying to make sure the embassy is open so they can get help. Please, they have been working for 3 days. And if they don't get help, wanaenda kulala nje, and it is winter.
Which country is this?
You can't
Let
say.
me not share which country it is right now.
Okay,
But
it's a country which has winter.
Yes, it's
that narrows it to
the northern,
a very large area. But
but the point is this. Here in Kenya, sure, life could be difficult, but kukiharibika sana tutakupeleka kwa chief wenu or your relatives somewhere. But now you're struggling with this body that the Lord made to live in the savannah. Now you have to figure out, where we're going to put you during the winter and things like that. So it is important that if you're going to take advantage of opportunities that are abroad, that then you travel using the right pathways that we have created. Again, that information is available on our website, diaspora.go.ke. It's available on all of our social media. People can always call us, they can even come in for quote-unquote counseling sessions where we tell you, if you're thinking about going tafuta kazi na kaivi, these are some companies that you can work with. This is where you find information on registered licensed agencies and so on and so forth. And maybe what we can do as I say those things is that our team could put up the links on our social media and they can tag Radio Generation.
Okay.
And then you can see, who are the licensed agents? Where do you find that information? How do I know this person is a licensed private recruitment agency?
Okay.
Where do I get information about where Kenya embassies are? If I find myself traveling, even you could be traveling, you end up in, let's say, London for lack of a whatever, and you lose your passport.
I want to go to Borneo.
Okay.
So Borneo.
So I was going to say some place where I know we actually have an embassy, right?
Okay, London.
So London, or let's say even Rwanda.
Okay.
And you lose your passport. What then? What do you do?
Where?
Many Kenyans have never thought about that.
You have no idea.
You don't know where to go if you lose your passport. And I find that sometimes people lose their passport, or especially someone who's been trafficked, when they lose their passport, they assume that's the end.
They're afraid to begin with.
You're afraid to begin with. You don't know too much, but you've lost your passport. You're not a savvy world traveler. But even savvy world travelers sometimes do not know what to do if you lose your passport. The first thing you do is establish where the nearest Kenya embassy is. You call them, or you call us at Diaspora Affairs and say, I've lost my passport and I'm stuck inside the airport. I cannot leave.
Yes.
We always send help.
Okay.
So that you can get an emergency travel document. Yes.
Now, when we head over to South Africa,
yes,
I saw towards the deadline that was set by those folks.
Paul, if I may.
Sure.
If I may, before we go to South Africa.
Yeah.
One of the things that one hears spoken of loudly are the number of Kenyans who've been brought back or who haven't been brought back, and people whose families say they went to Russia or some other country. Okay?
Yeah.
How does the government communicate effectively? I know that you specifically have had even meetings with families and so forth, but a constant communication so that people know what the government is doing specifically about that.
About Russia in particular?
About Russia in particular, because you see, in other places people are just stuck. In Russia, people actually get killed.
Well, it's a war.
Yes.
It's an armed conflict.
Yes.
Because it is a war, it is expected that life is lost. It is callous for me to say that, but it is what it is, right? Armed conflict necessarily means that people are dying, people are getting maimed.
The likelihood of dying is very high.
It is high.
Yes.
So for Kenyans who were conscripted into the special military operations in Russia, our records right now say there are 289 Kenyans who have been at some point recruited. These are the numbers that are reported to us by families, by the Kenyans themselves, and so on. We have 289 numbers. Of those numbers, as at yesterday, I believe, 64 had been repatriated, had come back home. 69 are missing in action or have been killed in action. And these are the numbers that come directly from the Russian government. Okay, 64 or 69 have been killed in action or are missing in action. Then we have the balance of that, which is 100 and something, that is either in the front lines, in a camp somewhere, or their status is unknown. Right, so we are establishing where they are. Remember, Kenya is not party to this conflict, right? In fact, and it's important that I say this, it is illegal for a Kenyan to enlist themselves in a foreign army without the clearance of the president. It is in our penal code, plain as day. Section 60, I want to say 63 or 68, I wrote it down because I was giving this brief yesterday.
Okay.
So it is illegal, 68. Section 68 of our penal code. It is illegal for a Kenyan to enlist in a foreign army without the clearance of the president.
Okay.
We have now 289, possibly more people who have enlisted themselves and have gone.
Okay.
In fact, the government has had to extend out an amnesty for the returnees, because otherwise you should get back
and be arrested.
We arrest you haraka,
Kotini.
Tupeleka jela. Yeah? Because you're basically allying yourself with others. So Kenya is not, so it is illegal to do this, to enlist in a foreign army.
Okay.
Secondly, there are many who enlisted and went thinking and they talk about have been recruited by an agent. You do not get recruited by an agent except the agents that are on the list of licensed recruiters, which we have just put up on our social media, right? None of the people who are recruited or enlisted were recruited by those agents. So it is not the licensed agents who are doing this. So there are a lot of michorochoro, unclear paths. So that's the second thing. But be that as it may, people have been enlisted. Kenyans are on Russian soil or on Ukrainian soil now. You know, the battle is some 1,000 kilometers away from Moscow, so really far. So they are there. People are fighting in a war that they have either chosen to go to or have sometimes been deceived to get into, but they are there. What does the government of Kenya do about it? The reason I set that context is important because I've seen a lot of families coming with, you took us there, you should bring us back. We didn't take anybody there. With a lot of entitlement.
If anything, you are against it.
It is in the law. It is illegal. It is illegal. Ignorance of the law is not defense. It is illegal. Your people participate in an illegal activity. If anything, we should be arresting you the minute you get back. But this has happened. So this amnesty has been extended. But in the meantime, what do we do with the people who are there? We try and rescue them. Those who can be rescued can be rescued. Those who we went, before I came here, was just before I went to Russia, I think. The last time I was here was just before I went to Moscow with my boss, with PCS, Musalia Mudavadi.
Right.
We went to Moscow. We negotiated with their foreign ministry. And our minister got the assurances of their foreign minister that they would put Kenya on the stop list. The stop list means that stop recruiting Kenyans into your special military operations, and Kenyans have not been recruited since that date. Okay, so we don't have a problem of a tap that's still running, right? So we're no longer recruiting, or rather Kenyans are no longer being recruited. That's number one.
Okay.
So now we just have the already recruited group to deal with. Secondly, everybody who is serving signed a contract. And that contract has terms including of how do you disengage.
Where?
Because people got into a contract, got trained, got into war. Many of them realized, where? This is Nikubaya. This is harder than I thought it was going to be. People are dying. I've seen people near me die. I want out. Let me reach out. How can I get people to help me? Reach politicians, reach government of Kenya, reach Kenya embassy, make it a big whatever. Help us get out. There are limitations. The war is happening 1,000 kilometers from where our embassy is. Our embassy in Moscow has 4 officers.
Okay.
Even if we wanted to,
you can't.
Kenya is not a party to this war. We cannot parachute into armed conflict, lift Kenyans, like using a helicopter or whatever, pull them out, bring them back home. Some things are impossible. And it is important that we tell people it is an active war zone. We cannot intervene. We cannot intercept. What we can do is once people have been they have extracted themselves or have been extracted from that, then we are able to facilitate their exit.
Where?
That is
Madam PS, what's the hook? What is it that entices these Kenyans?
Money.
How much is it that they are?
So it depends. I know that people signed, now that this information has come to us, people signed contracts where they were getting a signing bonus of 1 million shillings. They make anything between, I think, 200 and 300 or more per month, again, depending on your level of skill, right?
And if you
die?
Training
and so on. And now, compensation for those who die also exists, but we don't have those figures. Please remember, this is not a contract that the government of Kenya is not party to this contract. We have been dragged into it because our citizens have dragged themselves into this situation. So we don't negotiate the compensation. We just know that when somebody dies abroad, then the Russian government will write to us and say, such and so has died. Please help us in notifying the next of kin and in getting information around the compensation, blah, 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 blah. Our job then is to pass on that information.
Or at that point, the Russian government will actually call you guys.
Yes, they write to us. They write to us, and so that everybody I have told you has died, for example, killed in action or missing in action.
It's because
that information has come. A communication has come directly from the Russian government.
It's a good thing you've mentioned that penal code 68.
Yeah.
People actually should know about
People need to know
Maybe that will be a deterrent. It might not deter everyone.
Kenyans.
It
will not.
Nobody needs. First of all, so
they need to know.
You know, Kenyans.
Yes, they need to, the
Kenyans
job.
Need to know.
The government has done their job. They've told you this is an illegality.
Yeah.
When you go, you have committed an offense, which, according to our statutes, will promise you A, B, C, D, and there'll be a government scholarship that will be given to you when you come back.
Unajua kuna watu wanadhani it's like throwing yourself into a river full of crocodiles.
And then say, rescue
and then now
me.
you want to be rescued.
So, truthfully, I've done this job now for 3.5 years. One of the things I have seen is just, I have come face to face with the face of Kenya that I probably I had not seen in this much scale. One of the things I have seen is Kenyans have an indomitable spirit.
Oh yes, we do.
Kenyans have an indomitable spirit. They are kind. Like, let us Kambaya. Let us go and see what is it. Let us go and see.
Yeah. What is the worst that can happen?
What's the worst? That question, I think, is the question that many people ask before things go really bad.
Yeah.
Let me go see for myself. So that spirit is great because it makes us great innovators. It makes us entrepreneurs.
We have grit.
We have grit. We are daring. We will go places nobody else goes. Right? We are. It is an indomitable spirit, and it is an amazing thing for a society to have. That is kuamka na kupambana na kujituma. So that I have seen.
Yeah.
I have seen the dark end of that spirit as well. The dark end of that spirit is ati mumesema tusiende Myanmar, wacha nikaone. Ati mumesema tusiende Russia. Mimi mwanamume.
Acha niende.
And then when things go wrong, unaona ubaya serikali.
Yes.
Hii serikali haijali.
Yeah. So it's let me tell you, it is quite something. So I have seen a lot of that. But let me say the last thing about Russia.
Okay.
We continue to give information. Yesterday, for example, I hosted families of some 90 Kenyans who are either missing in action, killed in action. Well, we don't have or there is no information about them other than that it is reported that they are in Russia. And so on. So families came to see me, and I hosted 90 family members to basically give them updates on broadly what the whole situation looks like, but also to give them deeper information, each of them about their specific kin. The reason this stakeholder engagement was important is that for them, they got to hear from a senior government official that this is what is happening and this is what you need to be thinking about. This is where we are on this. Here are, again, our communication channels and so on and so forth. And this engagement, we will continue doing it until we are able to give them answers for every one of them. Because at this point, we find ourselves like parents. Government finds itself like parents. Okay, makosa imefanyika. But now here we are. So how do we help? Because are they still nationals? Yes.
Yes, they are.
Are they still Kenyan citizens? Yes. Do we, as a State Department, still have the mandate to champion their protection and rights of welfare of every Kenyan abroad? We do. Are they making our job difficult? 100%. We will do what we can within the limitations that exist.
Okay. On the comment section, I'm seeing a lot of questions about Qatar. What's not happening in Qatar? Because I thought that issue in Qatar was sorted.
Now, which one?
Someone is asking, ask the PS about stranded Kenyans in Qatar. Are there Kenyans stranded in Qatar? And I think it's maybe because of the issue with the Strait of Hormuz, no-fly zone, limited flights.
No, that's not it.
Or there's another situation.
No, but what I suspect that particular commenter, is that what people who comment, people in the comment section, that viewer / commenter is talking about. Some time back, we had some rogue operators who were enticing people that there were opportunities in Qatar, but taking them to Qatar, abandoning them. I don't want to say I don't want to say with 100% commitment, but between ourselves, our State Department and Kenya Embassy in Qatar, we have pretty much resolved that issue.
Okay.
Again, remember, people acting outside of the law, the system, outside of the system. People getting recruited by agents who are not licensed recruitment agents. I just walk outside, I find kuna mzee fulani anaitwa CT, aniambia ungependa kufanya kazi Qatar.
Unakaa model wewe,
unakaa model. Ungependa kufanya kwa nini huko Warabuni?
Yeah.
I say Yes. Before I know it, CT has processed my passport, my whatever, my ticket. Amenitisha 80,000 shillings, whatever, mi nimelipa. And then, even if at that point you come to me and tell me, I don't think CT is a licensed agent, you feel there's a certain sunk cost-ness to it.
Sure.
You're like, wacha tu niende. It has gone too far. I've paid money. Everything is lined up.
Hey,
then you go to Qatar. You find that you have been put in a holding facility and the job never materializes. Nilikuwa kukua model lakini
sasa hiyo modeling
imeenda.
Hata Katara kunanga models.
I'm sure they are. But whatever job you had promised, then what happens with a group like that is they become also such a strain on our diaspora community.
Yeah.
Because the first place they will go, sometimes even before they go to the embassy, is they will go to other Kenyans in that country.
Yes.
Unatafuta Mkenya. And the Kenyans start giving them handouts, money to live on. They become a complete strain on the
people
community.
Who are there legitimately.
By the time I get there, the people who even come in to tell me there is a problem here is not the people with the problem. It is the community that has had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what wamekuja, they didn't come the right way.
Just
now
get rid of moving.
Please just help us.
Yes.
Help us. So anyway, so that is that situation.
Qatar, okay.
But you'd asked me a question about South Africa.
Yes. No, the question I was going to ask about South Africa is because I saw, and maybe mimi ndo niliona the news ikiwa imechelewa, niliona ni kama Kenya started getting Kenyans back from South Africa at the very tail end of the deadline that was given by the folks who are chasing people there. Because at this point, I'm not even sure who's chasing people from South Africa. But yes, that's what I saw.
So those xenophobic attacks or Afrophobic attacks.
They have many names now.
If I'm very honest, are really unfortunate. It is really sad to see people discriminating against
fellow Africans.
Yes. Kitu ya racism tumeiona sana. Tumezoea. It is very painful because you see we are on the receiving end of that pretty much everywhere. But we've sort of learned to realize that the world is fallen and this is how people are navigating through it.
Yeah.
But when people begin attacking you because you are Africans in Africa, then that is difficult. Yeah. That is hard to swallow. And I think for a lot of African nations, not just Kenya, what is particularly painful is the fact that in recent history, when everybody in this room was an adult, or almost adult, we remember hosting South African nationals here.
Yes.
And elsewhere in the continent, including giving them passports so that they could move around the world during the apartheid era. But it would appear that a portion of that society has forgotten the kindness that was extended to them. So that when you begin to attack African entrepreneurs, especially, then it becomes very difficult.
Yes.
Some Kenyans have lost businesses. You wake up, you find it has become a tense place to do business. Now, let me be clear. The situation is such that we have 27,000 Kenyans in South Africa.
Yes.
The bulk of those are in good standing as far as the immigration papers is concerned, right? In fact, only 472 have been evacuated. Only 472 reached out for help to be removed against an entire population of 27,000.
And were those documented ones or it's a mixture?
So it is mostly people who either did not have legit papers to continue to stay or people who felt hate no longer discriminates whether I have papers or not. It is just unsafe for me to be here. So what we did is we worked with, and I have to say this has been one of the smoothest evacuations I have ever done. And we've done many.
All right.
This one was really smooth, partly not just because of what our department did and so the entire ministry, including our Kenya High Commission in Pretoria City, you've seen that one? Yes. High Commissions are in Pretoria in South Africa. It is a decentralized seat of power.
It is very decentralized,
my
friend.
So Kenya High Commission in Pretoria
devolved.
Devolved. So Kenya High Commission in Pretoria But I think a critical actor was actually the Kenya Diaspora Kenya Diaspora Association in South Africa.
Okay.
That group and their leadership was amazing. They quite simply did a lot of the mobilization, allow us to reach out to the community, share the information, brought solutions. They brought solutions to the table, and government, then we partnered with them and were able to run this evacuation. It is really a model. KEDASA is really a model of how other diaspora associations should work. So I'm really impressed by them. So this one, we said, okay, anybody who is unsafe, sign up. If you need evacuation, we will evacuate. When the March on March, drama began, blah, 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 and warnings were issued, I am sure certain Kenyans said,
it's bad, me natoka,
I don't need this.
Yeah.
And they did leave. But there are certain people who need government support to leave, especially because they can't afford the ticket. I'm there with my 4 children.
Yeah.
Maybe I cannot come. There are those who left on buses before we started running the actual evacuation, because the buses that run all the way from SA to Nairobi.
Yeah.
But what we did then is to say anybody who needs help can get help. We housed them at the Kenya High Commission. At some point, it was very crowded because you had 100 people or more. We gave light meals. And then the other thing is that we had to work with the government of South Africa to clear them the immigration status so that they can leave, so that you don't, do you don't do some jail time for having overstayed or pay fines or whatnot. So we got them to clear.
Okay.
And then we just said, work with us on this one. Let us take our citizens home. It's been very smooth. 472
Kenyans.
477 Kenyans now back home. And now the question begins, how then do we support them with that integration
to get back on their feet?
To get back on their feet, right? So again, conversations with the State Department for MSME to see, because these are entrepreneurs.
Yes.
How do we help them, find their feet and move on from that? So South Africa has been really an unfortunate situation, but a success as far as evacuations and extractions are concerned. And the message we have sent through to Kenyans, and what they have said back to us, is we now know the government of Kenya will show up for us if we need help. We were treated with a lot of respect, was treated with dignity, and they really appreciated that.
So the other thousands of Kenyans that are still in SA, they are like, kila kitu iko sawa. Because it's been what? How many days after that? It's been 15 days after the deadline.
15 days. Again, remember this thing was in certain places.
Not everywhere.
Not everywhere. And it was targeting there was a socioeconomic angle to it, right? So if you are a fancy executive and so on, they might not come after you. But if you run a car wash, if you run a shop, if you are in a kibanda or even a duka and whatnot, if you're a hustler.
Yeah. That is who they're targeting.
That is who they're targeting.
Remember, South Africa got their independence in 1994.
Yes.
Kenyans had been at it.
They're post-apartheid, whatever.
Yes. We had been at it since 1963. We had a
31 years
head start.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
The entrepreneurial nature of Kenyans is often found to be offensive to some people.
We spoke a few minutes ago, we were talking about how we are.
We are very gung-ho.
Yes.
We see opportunities, we take it.
Yeah.
When the issue of xenophobia first came into being in South Africa, it was the same complaints, and these were in townships.
Yeah.
Or,
townships,
okay? And if you understood what was going on, businesses that existed before, the Kenyans got there. The Kenyans who they were speaking of were Somalis and Kikuyus. Now, yes, I used to be in South Africa a great deal then, so I took time to understand it. They were doing legit business, but the way they did business was very unusual to South Africans. South Africans did business the way their colonizers had done business. You open your shop at 9, you go for lunch 2 hours, then you come back at 6, you're shut. A Kenyan, that thing is a 24-hour operation.
There you go.
And there is nothing they don't sell. If you don't see it, they'll call for it and it'll come.
You need it with Gari. That used to be Nakumat, right?
Yes, yes. And then, because they knew how to buy in bulk, they would outprice anybody. So if you ask me, the real problem was not these Africans who are shouting foreigners must go. It is the big business owners whom the Kenyan entrepreneur challenges.
So there is suddenly, and I have seen a lot of talk about the fact that these March on March marches are a front, and they are well funded, and they are well, mobilized, and so on and so forth. And it is not who you think it is. I have suddenly seen that. I cannot for sure get into it.
This is not conspiracy theorizing.
And I'm not saying that that it is conspiracy theory at all.
Yes.
But you could suddenly see why that business model would unsettle.
It is unsettling because it is new to South Africa.
Yeah.
Our thinking about business opportunities is micro. We can see business at a micro. Yes, we can see micro at a small level.
Yeah.
And we also understand what the growth element looks like. We know.
Yeah, we have mastered the Kadogo economy.
Yeah, we understand it very, very well. In fact, any Kenyan, doesn't matter where they come from, they go to some parts of Africa, they suddenly become entrepreneurs.
That's true.
Because they can see the gaps.
100%. So I see a lot in our diaspora community.
Yes.
People go and then they say, okay. I mean, this is what I see a lot of Kenyans in some, I will not say which ones, Middle Eastern countries, who go in as a security worker.
Yes.
Okay. So I have my 9 to 5, or I go in as a driver. Let's say maybe something structured like a security worker. Maybe I'm going to be working 9 to 5, right? Outside a supermarket or whatever. I woke up early. At 6:30, I am a private driver.
Yes.
I have a contract with your family. I take your children from home. I take them to school.
That's it.
And in the evening, after my work, I pick them up. Maybe not from school, but I'll take them swimming. Or I'll take them somewhere.
Yes.
That's my second job. On Saturdays, I teach skating.
Yes.
To children.
Yes.
Or English.
Yes.
And on another day, I'm a lifeguard.
Yes.
I spoke with some
Kenyan.
I asked them, "Munapumzika lini?" Then, of course, they told me kupumzika ni mbinguni. But like they are on the hustle. So that one is using just their body, their skill. But every now and then you find somebody has started importing this, they're selling this. I'm like, it makes me very proud, truthfully, when I go to these places and I find Kenyans 100%.
But Madam P.S., where we go wrong,
yeah.
We know our attitudes and we understand ourselves, okay?
Yeah.
And we accommodate our arrogance and we speak badly of it and we insult each other.
Yeah.
Other people do not take kindly to our way of doing things.
But, truthfully, CT, so even in South Africa, Kenyans have only found themselves very late in the game as a part of the target. Kenyans will usually go in these places, put their head down, get the stuff done. Won't shout about it. No. They don't cause ripples. Here's why I say that.
We're not noisy.
We're not noisy.
That department, other people represent us. Yes.
So, but what they will usually is they'll put their head down, they'll get stuff done. As they say, pesa haipendi kelele. They get their stuff done. So even in South Africa, there were other nationalities that are more on the face of that conflict, whether it is the neighbors closest to South Africa, for example, a lot of Zimbabweans were attacked and so on, and then farther west in Western Africa,
on certain Western African countries.
Yes, Kenyans only found that, and again, this is why the scale is so small, as I mentioned, 477 people against a population of 27,000 people. Right. So the thing about this the people who speak French say je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi.
There you go. About the people who speak my language say nyomerea. Is this nyomerea about Kenyans? About Kenyans that is you have this gang ho, go get it, that vibe, that attitude, that thing that we need to bottle and sell. And then once they get there, they get along with people. They just, we will rarely go to a country where people, including their host government, say Kenyans are a problem. It's usually, they're such hard workers, they're dependable, they get stuff done. Can we get more of them coming here and so on? So that thing, whatever it is that where we land it, we need to keep going.
Madam PS, haven't you come across situations where you are told of something that some African did and you know that's a Kenyan?
100%.
You don't even need to be told a second time.
100%.
You know that one is a Kenyan.
100%. For sure. 100%.
You see, why I bring up the challenge that this brings to other businesses that are perhaps more established is I look across our neighborhood here in Tanzania. South Africa has a very big foothold in the businesses there. They tried to come to Kenya. Nobody chased them away. They just couldn't
The business
compete.
model does not align.
No, it does not align with the way Kenyans do business. It simply doesn't. Now, this is, what I'm about to say is pure conspiracy.
Okay.
Absolute, undiluted conspiracy. Most people don't know that South Africa actually colonized Namibia. Yes, they were. Imagine being colonized by your neighbor, okay? Now, colonization comes with an imperialist mentality. It is very difficult to get rid of because it's part of your identity. Being an imperialist makes you better than the people you are.
Think you're better than.
That is the foundation on which that whole thinking rests.
I am better than you.
Yes. So when a real challenge comes about, it's problematic.
I would agree with you on to say, I'm being very careful with what I say here. I would agree with you to say that an imperial mindset for sure is detrimental to the world, but certainly to the imperialist.
Yes. You see,
because at some point there will be an empire larger than you. At some point someone is going to challenge that, and then you realize you might have built your house.
And your empire at some point will diminish.
Yes.
You see, you in your position cannot say the things we can say. Okay? Yes, us, we have license. Because, yes, we have license. We can even conjecture. The only problem is if we present it as the truth, then we've gone wrong. I say this because when I look at the way we conduct and do business in this country, we know how we do business. We actually understand each other quite well. Other people don't. When you find Kenyans chest thumping, for instance, about how we're the best in East Africa, this, we have neighbors.
Speak the best English.
Yes, that's a Kenyan talking. We have neighbors. They may not take very kindly because essentially, as you chest thump, you know what you're doing.
Yes.
You are diminishing them.
That is, you're stepping on somebody. And some of the things that I see, and now this is not even with Kenyans in the things I see with Kenyans on TikTok.
Oh dear.
And that is an entire other tribe. Is you say in fact, I understand now, I am told that if you want to gain a massive following, just come and say something about Kenya. And very quickly,
Kenyans will be on your timeline.
You will just on the comment section. You just see to Bendera, to Bendera, to Bendera, to Bendera. Or someone is going to come and call Kenyans to come and enter. And Kenyans will say things like Kenya is the capital city of Africa, and things.
But we are
things that are very patriotic. Things that are very patriotic that might make life difficult for us diplomats.
No, it actually it's engineered to make life difficult for you.
But these are the people that we serve.
Yes, these are
the people that we serve. This is us.
I know it is us because I don't live in the social media planet like like Paul does, but he has taught me to live in it. When something happens and Kenya is mentioned adversely, those people on that they jump on you the things and they'll nitpick things about your country. You wonder, guys, can we tone it down?
One of the things that I pray we eventually learn how to do as a ministry is to harness that. You see that? That army that is unpaid, that army that is
untrained
is so organic to the defense of its country's reputation online. That is something we need to learn how to bottle and use, because that does a lot in the space of public diplomacy. Because Now, if you go online and just try to find out something about Kenya, you will, of course, hear about our, Masai Mara, blah, 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 blah. But there's also a whole bit there about Kenyans and who they are and this spirit and this vibe and this patriotism. And that, for me, is something that
they will clog any internet connection you have, whether you are World Bank or who, if there's something they do not like.
Yes. 100%, they will do it. They will get your accounts shut down.
Yes, they will.
They'll get your accounts and some of the people whose accounts they get closed. This is your entire livelihood.
Yes,
right. You're a TikToker as a full-time business, or and they will get that stuff closed.
You will go for the money.
It's an energy.
I will go for the jugular.
It's it's an energy which, if harnessed, can actually be very useful.
Yes, 100%. I agree with you.
Madam PS, tumefika mwisho.
What?
I know.
We didn't even talk about...
Actually, tumepita na dakika 4. Wait, is there something you'd like to say that we have left out in our conversation?
About the Middle East. Oh, yes. Something exciting happened.
Okay.
My team is fantastic.
The Kenyan
something exciting happened. Something exciting happened. So, a week ago, I was in Saudi Arabia. And something monumental happened. We first of all, we did the first ever political consultations between Kenya and Saudi Arabia. Political consultations, in layperson speak, are like going on a date with somebody you like and saying, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about the polygamist? How do you feel about this? And then we talk about, so the two countries say, this is what we're doing about this this war in our part of the world. What are you guys doing about this? What do you think about this? Find places of connection. But also in a political consultation, one of the things you say is, we want to partner better. You and I should work more closely on trade or on labor or whatever. And then, then you start moving towards that direction. So we had that. That was the first one Kenya and Saudi Arabia did. It was led by our Prime Cabinet Secretary. And on their side, of course, their foreign minister.
Yeah.
But the other thing that happened is that Kenya has now signed a new bilateral labor agreement with Saudi Arabia still for domestic workers, but has enhanced protections for Kenyans. So a lot of the things that we've been pushing for and have been working towards putting in an agreement to protect domestic workers better is now agreed. It has been inked. It has been signed. Waziri Alfred Mutua was there, so he signed that agreement with his counterpart.
Okay.
And so now we're in the process of implementing that new agreement. That will come with raised salaries, but also better protections for Kenyans.
Okay.
We've also started a pathway to get into an agreement for other classes of talent. So professionals, so your engineers and so on. One of the coolest things that happened, however, on this trip in Saudi Arabia is that I went to we met a number of diaspora there. I think we had a group of maybe 200 or more for a diaspora engagement.
Yes.
And most of those ones are, because again, it was happening in the evening, blah, 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 and so on. Most of them are people who work in engineering, construction people, bankers, and so on. So a very professional group. That's not the side we usually hear about. When you think Saudi Arabia, what do you think? When you think Kenyans in Saudi Arabia, what do you think?
Domestic workers.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a completely different phase of Saudi Arabia that I really would want us to discover. Of the, however many Kenyans we have there. It's a group of more than 30,000 professionals who work there. So your bankers, your engineers.
People who work in the airlines.
The airlines people and more coming, people working in the hotel industry, teachers, the entire gamut of talent. But one of the interesting spaces is I went and saw one of the largest dairies I have probably that exist in the world, right? It has 100,000 cows. I'm sure there are larger ones. 100,000 cows in the desert.
Wow.
That have aircon and whatnot, but they produce a lot of milk for the entire region and so on. In that particular company, it's called Al Marai. In that particular company, it has some 2,400 or so, 2,400 Kenyans working just in that one company.
2,000 Kenyans.
2,400 Kenyans working in that one company.
Good for us.
I know. And first of all, they're all men. I don't know why I needed to say that. Because also we generally think of Saudi Arabia as a destination for women. So they're all men, and they all work in various, parts of that dairy business. So there are people who work. There are vets.
Yeah.
I found so many vets.
Kuna watu wa mikono.
I found like 80 vets from Nakuru.
Wow.
I found engineers. I found drivers because they drive, long-range trucks and so on. I found people who work with the cows. People who train at this school called the Dairy Training Institute, the DTI. And some people who've been there 33 years.
Good.
Some long-serving people. So there's an interesting phase of the Middle East in terms of talent and opportunities that I really would want Kenyans to start to see and to imagine, because there are opportunities there that we need to unlock.
Yeah.
And our idea about who Saudi Arabia is needs to change.
Okay.
Because when we do, then we will be able to unlock these opportunities.
All right.
That would be my parting shot.
Thank you so much, Madam PS. Kuna mtu anauliza hiyo number ya rescue.
Yes.
For those who are probably...
Let me give it to you. So we have, and again, my team is going to put it up on our social media.
Yes.
But anybody who needs help from us can find us. Firstly, let me say the people who want to come to our office, we are at Old Mutual UAP Tower, and that is in Upper Hill.
Yes.
We'd be very happy to receive those people. We can be found on all of our social media as well, and I think I can see you've put it up. If you would kindly retweet that.
Yes.
But the number is +254 207876 000. That is the number they can call. +254 207876 000. And you can also reach us even on WhatsApp. So especially for people who are outside of the country.
Yes.
We can be found at +254 1147 57002.
Okay.
Nirudie 254 11 47 57 Yes.
Ndio hiyo.
And on our various social media and email is also consular@diaspora.go.ke.
All right.
Asante sana.
And it's diaspora_KE across all social media.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam PS. Tunashukuru umeanza kukuja. Let's continue engaging for the sake of this country.
Absolutely. Asante sana. Thank you for having us. Thank you for also being a platform where we can talk to Kenyans about how to get help, what we are doing, and how they can engage. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Karibu sana. Na usalimia our mutual friend, Pastor Emmanuel.
Pastor Emmanuel, I think this is a shout out. Ungependa kutuma salamu kwa Pastor Emmanuel Gashanja.
Umwambie namba yangu haijabadilika.
Tunaomba upige simu, namba yake haijabadilika.
All right, shukran sana.
Asante sana. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, don't go too far. We will be right back after the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Foreign Affairs Principal Secretary Roslyn Njogu says the government has tightened checks to protect Kenyans seeking jobs abroad from human trafficking and fake recruitment. She says authorities now verify job offers, interview applicants, confirm travel documents, and conduct final checks at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport before workers leave the country. Njogu added that the government also monitors travel trends and carries out extra screening for destinations such as Thailand and Russia due to previous trafficking cases.
Is to create checks that ensure we're able to catch traffickers, we're able to get you off a bad path before you travel too far down that path. So, for example, if I am going to work abroad as an IT practitioner to Qatar, for example, I should have gone through the process online of making sure that the job order that was used to recruit me exists. That's done by our department or by the Kenya Embassy, in this case in Qatar. I should have had my interviews done, blah, 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 gotten my passport, gotten my clearance from the Ministry of Labor. And at the last point, when I am exiting JKIA, for example, there is a labor desk that's supposed to clear me and pretty much say, okay, so we know Roslyn Njogu is going to work in Doha and she's going to be a data analyst or whatever, right? So that gives a lot of protections.
Viwandani MCA Aaron Kangara Wangare has been charged alongside 2 other suspects with robbery with violence over an alleged attack in Donholm last month. The 3 are accused of robbing 3 people of cash and other valuables before fleeing. They denied the charges in court and were each released on 1 million Kenya shillings bond or an alternative of 500,000 Kenya shillings cash bail as the case awaits hearing. Informal traders and residents in Kibra have petitioned the Senate, accusing officials of implementing the Kenya Railway project of intimidation, forced eviction, selective demolition and displacement without following the law. The petition presented by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna was filed on behalf of traders and residents from Laini Saba Market. They say the project has disrupted their businesses and livelihoods, causing major economic losses.
That despite our long-standing occupation and prior enumeration, Kenya Railways Corporation has subjected us to intimidation, harassment, selective demolitions, arrests of leaders, backdated notices, forced evictions and displacement without due process or fair administrative action. That the timing of the demolitions and evictions has often coincided with peak business periods, thereby disrupting our businesses, livelihoods and economic survival. That the actions complained of amount to unfair, oppressive and discriminatory treatment against marginalized traders and residents. That the actions were carried out without proper public participation, transparency and a failure to uphold accountability in the planning, procurement, implementation and relocation processes affecting the petitioners.
Australia is set to introduce new laws to regulate how artificial intelligence data centers use electricity and water, while also strengthening protections for creative copyright. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the proposed laws are aimed at ensuring AI is developed and used in a way that benefits Australians while protecting national interests. Speaking during a major policy address, Albanese acknowledged growing public concern over artificial intelligence and said the new measures will help build trust in the technology. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 15 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungana Mbuvi, and this is the People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi, 90.7 FM in Mombasa, Garissa, it's 89.5. Now, before niingie kwa guest wetu at this particular hour, let me see kama kuna salamu naweza kwa I need kupeana. B. Yusuf, I see you. There's just Zeki as well. I see you. There's Hey. Huyu siko sure kama ninafaa kusoma yake. No, you know, sometimes let me tell you. We have very interesting viewers. Mtu anaanzanga na kidole hivi ama na emoji ya kicheko, nadhani ni SMS poa, only for you to get halfway and realize it's an insult. So I have to double check before I read everything. Kitungu 9414 amesema Kenyans will surprise you. Yeah, for sure they will. PRS Ministries KE amesema the first yes who we can relate with, I think they meant PS. She's a real Kenyan in the way she's talking. Maina from Nyandarua. Maina, karibu tena sana and shukran for viewing, or rather for being with us today. Now, in this hour, we want to talk about autism, the silent battle. And with us in studio is Pauline Wamukowa. Now, Pauline is the director and team leader at Mali Therapy Center for Children with Autism here in Kenya. Pauline, karibu tena sana. A pleasure to have you with us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes? Tell us a little bit about Mali Therapy Center for Children with Autism.
Okay.
Mali Therapy Center for Children with Autism was opened in 2022.
Yes.
With a parent of an autistic boy.
Okay.
I have a son, and his name is Mali. And it came from the struggle of affording therapy services. Because we would go to one hospital to get speech, then another one to get OT.
Yeah.
And so we needed an umbrella, multidisciplinary area where we can get everything under one roof. And that is what Mali offers.
Okay.
Yes.
How old is your son again?
My son just turned 12.
So
week.
yeah. So how long has the center existed?
The center has existed for 5 years now.
Okay.
Yes.
And you said that there's something you said in the beginning. But when, no. When did you discover that your son had autism?
At 2. Well, I can say before 2, my mom visited, and mothers. She was like, you guys are never in the house. Huyu mtoto hana wa kucheza na yeye, muongeze mwingine. That is why he's not talking.
You know, she's talking about your generation, eh?
She is definitely talking about my generation. That's why I'm laughing. Yes. And yes, please continue.
So we were never home. I would leave in the morning and come back in the evening. And there's some things that you don't notice.
Yeah.
And my mom just noticed that he had, she said, a weird cry.
Okay.
A weird cry. And by then, he was maybe 2 months short of 2 years. She was like, he should show signs of speech.
Yeah.
And there was nothing. So what is the solution? African parents, peleka mtoto shule. Acheze na wengine.
Ndio aanze kusoma ABCD.
Aanze kuimba, afanye nini. And I took him to school. And after maybe 2 terms in school, actually the school just told me there's a problem. It is more than we think, because he keeps crying, he's not able to settle down, he's not able to eat what the other kids are eating. Although, as a parent, you notice, but since you don't have a name for it, or you don't want to even think that way, and maybe in your family history, you've been told, huyu alianza kuongea kwa na miaka 5 we ngoja, or something, so you're just patient.
Actually, yes. I agree with you in terms of like you deciding to take your child to school because atapata watoto wengine na atacheza nao. Teachers are experts.
They are.
And they deal with very many children at a given time. So they're able to pick out what I would say the odd one out.
Yes.
Unajua kwa sababu wanajua ule wa toddler, huyu wa 3 years, yule wa 5 years wanakuanga hivi. So when the child of that particular age, and they're like, no, by this time this child should be behaving in a certain way, or this is what the peers are doing, and he or she is not able to engage with them in that particular way, then they will notice that there's a particular learning disability here.
Yes. Yeah, so that is what happened, and so I was told, what is it? I asked, kwani ni nini? So before I decided to take my son for diagnosis, I actually went and spent a day in school without the school noticing.
Okay.
And I realized the routine that was there was just crazy, because they could not contain him. So when the kids would enter in class, he would be allowed to play. Then he would play in the playground alone, and then he would sleep on the playground. And that is what he wanted. He just wanted to stay out in the sand, and he would want to remove his shoes. And so anyway, after that, we were directed where to go for diagnosis. By then, the best place was Gertrude's, Early Child Intervention Center, and we went there. And we got the autism diagnosis.
Hii moja ya Muthaiga ama a different branch?
Hiyo tu ya Muthaiga.
Aha, okay.
Hiyo tu ya Muthaiga. But saizi kuna all level 5 hospitals. You're able to get a clear diagnosis for the children. If it is a learning disorder, you can go to Kise and you can get this. Yes, so we went there and we got the diagnosis. But what the biggest challenge is, what next? Because the first thing you're told is a lifelong.
Yeah.
Lifelong disorder. Mimi nilikuwa naona mtoto wangu anadai. Unaambia mtu sijui, I didn't even know what autism is.
That is a very big word.
Yes, because that is what I thought. If you are told anything lifelong, so you associate it with cancer, and you associate it with, yes.
I understand
so
now.
For me, that was a challenge. But thank God for my background in journalism. What did I do? Entered into research. And I realized there's not so much to go by in Kenya. you know. And even if you're booking this, then the speech sessions were at Kenyatta, and they were long queues. And if you do your research, you're being told that you need at least 1 hour every day. Minimum, yes.
About long queues.
Yes.
When you say long queues, what do you mean? Like, were they 10 people before you, or were they 100? Were they 400?
Let's look at maybe 400. Because if you have a session this week, yes. If you have a session this week, the next session is around in 3 months.
3 months. So we're talking about July, so August, September, October is the next time I'll have a session.
Yes. And you are told you need minimum of 3 sessions in a week. How are you going to achieve this? Then see, you know how Kenyans are. Tunasema nitatafuta mtu mwingine, nitatafuta huku kando.
Actually, that's where I was going.
Yeah, there's nothing like that. You are being told
YouTube.
Unaenda YouTube unajifunza, but sasa remember hata ujaelewa autism ni nini. So you need a professional to also guide you through.
Okay.
So unaambiwa Kenya yote kuna speech therapists less than 40.
In a country of 50 million plus people.
Yes.
40 speech therapists.
Yes. Actually, as we speak, the KMTC, Kenya Medical Training School, is about to just graduate the first cohort of speech therapy.
About how many? Would you be
around
knowing
30,
how many?
30 of them.
So we're waiting for 30.
Trust me, I'm very keen on that. Yes.
Okay.
30 of them. And before you would be picked from any industry, and then if you have the first degree, then you can go and do speech and language pathology masters at KU. But those are the ones that were in the market now.
Yes.
So you can imagine. So that is one therapy. So we are
I'm so sorry. I'm also learning as we have this conversation, and I hope the audience is learning as well.
Yes.
What happens in speech therapy? Is a child taught a different way to do ABCD? I mean, what really happens?
So speech and language pathology.
Yeah.
Is a discipline that is quite interesting, because when you have a child who's not speaking, unataka tu aongee, si ndio? But I later realized that my son had swallowing disorders, chewing and swallowing disorder. Yes. Now, that was a factor that also contributed to him not having spoken early. Why? Because this boy did not bottle feed. And there are those milestones that when we look back that parents need to look at as a child is growing. If your child did not crawl, if your child did not walk at a certain age, if they did not sit up at a certain, those 2 milestones. If they did not breastfeed, if they did not eat, when you are weaning them at 4 months or whatever, because all this lead to development. 4 months, weaning is 4 months, man.
Okay.
It's okay.
I won't argue with the mother.
Yes, do not. So you find that if they were not able to start chewing and move to solid food, because my son was on blended food for 4 years. At 4 years is when now we started introducing kidogo soft food, rice, na nini. So you see, crawling helps in the more supporting the growing the muscles for the hands
and the joints.
Yes, and it helps. It actually helps in handwriting later. So this thing that watu wanasema madaktari wako na handwriting nini is actually a
mimi
challenge.
Si daktari na niko na handwriting mbaya. Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli. Niko na handwriting mbaya hata msitake kujua.
Yes. So ukifanya wewe tukikufanyia OT kidogo handwriting inaweza nini?
Itakama up.
Yeah, so all this lead to that. So when we're looking at a speech, we're looking at communication.
Yes.
They might not be able to become verbal, but they might be able to communicate through PECs. PECs are picture exchange communication, where we take photos of everyone around the house and we create like a album for them, so that if they are not able to use their words, then anaweza kupointia akuonyeshe, si ndio? We also have sign language right now. It's umeona vile imepitishwa. It should be taught in every school because of that. Because not every child on the spectrum will speak. So speech and language pathology is to just support the children in learning how to communicate in their own way.
Okay.
Yes.
Bottle feeding, I want to go back there because you mentioned it and it hit me like, Are you saying that children should be bottle fed at one point in their growth because it will help in speech later in life?
You know, bottle feeding was introduced because the woman became too westernized.
Yeah,
and they stopped breastfeeding, yes, early. And that breastfeeding helps in building the jaw muscles. That helps in speeching, in building of speech. So if the child was not able to breastfeed long, then that is where the option of the bottle came in.
Okay.
So you can imagine your child is not breastfeeding and is not on the bottle. So what do you want? How are they going to build the muscles? Ndio unapata when you go to occupational therapy, they tell you facial manipulation. Unapata unashindwa kwa nini wana massage mtoto wako jaws.
Kwa sababu hazijakuwa zikisonga in the right way.
Unaambiwa unafanya hizo those two exercises, the tongue. Yes.
We also do that as we prepare to sing.
Yes.
If you observe someone who's about to go on stage, you'll find them doing and you'll think this person has lost their mind. They have not lost their mind. They're actually warming up their jaws. Okay.
So that happens. So naturally kitambo things were straightforward. You would breastfeed, breastfeed mtoto hata paka 3 years. Sindio? Or 2 years. Or minimum, wanasema 1 year. But sasa, westernized women, sisi. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So how's your son doing?
He's doing well.
Yes.
He's doing well. He developed speech at 7 years.
Ah, nice.
So it was a long wait. But now we are at the point of language acquisition because kuna develop speech and then kuna ile ya sasa anaweza kukupigisha story akuongelesha akwambie
mind of his own
bado hatujafika hapo. But we are hopeful that we'll get there.
All right. But he has developed other communication skills.
Yes, he can read, he can write. You see, the interesting thing about autistic kids is anaweza kosa kuongea but anaimba vizuri sana. You should hear my son sing. He sings beautifully.
Nice.
Umesema tu music na okay, maybe nafaa kuwa namfanyisha hizo my exercise.
You never know.
Yes, so he's in school. He's in a mainstream school. He integrated from the therapy center to a mainstream school. He actually sat for his year 6 exams. We are eagerly waiting for the results. He's toilet trained. He's self-feeding. He's dressing himself.
He's not an independent young man.
Almost independent. Let I just say almost independent.
All right.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the center,
yes.
I don't think I've asked you what exactly it is that you do there. What do you do there?
So, Aramali, we are a family. Okay? We are very family-centered. And we tell the parents that the children are the clients. And then someone will also handle them.
Yeah.
We offer a multidisciplinary setup for therapy, and we offer occupational therapy, music therapy. It's called Tomatis Music Therapy. We also offer Tomatis.
Ah, interesting name.
Music therapy. We also offer special education, behavioral therapy, speech therapy. Yes, under one roof. So it is. If you compare us, we're actually the cheapest in the market.
Yeah.
Because if you look at how much we're charging, we are even lower than Kenyatta Hospital. And apart from that, we also have caregivers who help in training, toilet training the children, help in teaching the children how to feed, to dress, those basics. We have children who the parents cannot handle when we are talking about making hair or shaving or cutting nails. We also do that at the center just to support our families, and we also train the parents, because at the end of the day, you're told that therapy is lifelong. And sometimes you're only able to avoid therapy for a year. So what happens after that?
I don't understand. What do you mean you're able to avoid for a year?
Afford.
Sorry, I had avoid.
Yes. You see, therapy, well, when we started, I told you autism is a lifelong disorder.
Yep.
So even if my child is partially independent, we know that he will need therapy for the rest of his life.
Okay.
With the different stages that if he gets into teenage, he needs that. Akiendelea. So you find that not everyone is able to afford therapy all through.
Okay.
So sometimes a parent comes and tells you, I can afford for only a year. And we say, okay, do you have someone at home who we can train for you? So we can train in basic speech, basic occupational, special education. And then by the time you guys are living.
Yes. You're self-sustaining.
Yes. Because what we need is also support back home.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a good thing. You've mentioned the various stages of development and, of course, various stages of life.
Yes.
Are autistic persons able to live a normal life? And a normal life, I mean, for example, are they able to, finish their basic education, get to secondary education, then into tertiary education, and end up having a normal profession, such as being in the legal profession, being doctors, engineers, and so on and so forth?
Normal is what the society has labeled. Because what is normal to you and me is not normal to these children.
Okay.
One thing that autistic individuals have is hyperfocus. So if you're able to do an assessment and know what your child is good in, then you're able to focus on that. They might not be able to fit in the mainstream schooling, but they excel in very different. Do you know that Angelina Jolie is autistic?
Okay, I'm just knowing.
Yes.
I'm finding out.
So we have very different spectrums in autism, and you find that those who are very bright and they are able to fit in all the society calls normal.
Ngoja kidogo.
Yes.
Siti unajua Angelina Jolie ni nani?
Yes, I know who she is, but I also know that autism is a spectrum. So depending on where you fit in the spectrum and what it is that you probably need assistance in or in understanding, that is what now determines the action that is taken for you to be able to cope with the rest of the world. Because, you see, they understand the world that we live in quite well. It's not as though they don't understand. It's just that given the condition that they have, we find it strange. For instance, you'll find a child who's extremely sensitive to noise.
Yes.
Extremely. You may not think it is noise. To them, it is noise. Okay? There are some who are extremely sensitive to touch. Now, you may not think it is important. To them, it is everything. And why it's called a spectrum, there are those who are at the extreme end of it. There are those who are not at the extreme end of it. There are those who will conduct themselves in the way that you do speak, and yet they're autistic. Because there's an aspect of their behavior and of their condition that is very different from yours, and is probably sensitive to the point of even being hyper.
Yeah.
And you will think this person is an eccentric, this person is unusual. Actually, that's really not the case. Up until the time when understanding what autism is, it's not that it's been understood fully. But the understanding increased over time. People were able to understand, and that's why it is not called a disease. It's referred to as a spectrum.
Yes. A disorder.
Yeah.
Wonderful, City. There's something that you've mentioned, conditioning.
Yes.
So that is what we do in behavior therapy. So behavior therapy conditions the child to fit in that society. That you're saying that if I'm not able to sit in class, our class, the lessons are like 35 minutes. So I can sit. So you train a child to sit in class for that long if you want them to learn. But that is not them. That is, they want to sit for 20 minutes and play for the rest. But what they have gained in those 20 minutes is actually more than the neurotypical children in class.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's nothing abnormal about these children. It's just that they have a different way of
understanding the world.
Processing.
The way they relate to the world is different.
Yes. And quite interesting, I was added in a WhatsApp group for autistic teenagers around the world. And do you know they're calling us abnormal? That one shocked me.
But to them, we are abnormal.
Yeah, they're wondering, why do we want to fix them?
Yeah.
Why do we want... And the different talents, and every day you find someone has posted something there and you're like, oh my goodness. Yeah, so we are getting to a greater level of awareness. And even me being here is because there's a lot of awareness that has been created.
Yes.
And we still continue to create it just to embrace them and create a society that is more inclusive of the individuals.
There's a time comedian and philanthropist Rico Mondi rescued some young man somewhere. Was it in Meru?
Yes, in Meru.
Uko Nkubu.
Mwiti.
Ilikuwa wapi? But unaelewa. He rescued this young man or rather child who had been I don't even know the word to use now for this gentleman, but alikuwa isolatiwa, looking very sharp.
Yes.
Compared to how we had seen him on media that time.
Mwiti is now
He's
toilet
looking
trained.
good. Yeah.
He's feeding himself, no more food. And we are now, environment is a big factor. Let me tell you. When I was shown that video, I actually cried because I noticed one thing. He had very good eye contact. You can see that when he came out of the cage and when he was looking at the grandmother and when he rushed and picked the mango, that is already behavior that I can work on. The biggest challenge is when you meet a hypo autistic individual and there's no behavior to work with. So Mwiti already had behavior and he already had eye contact. So you can just see very well that what was affecting me was the environment, that the people around him did not know what was wrong with him. And I can tell you, Mwiti was very clean.
Let me ask something, because your choice of words has really captured me here. Because you said you really don't blame the grandparents. Right. When you say you don't blame them, and Kenyans were really on them, like, how do you do this to a fellow human being? Why don't you blame them?
I actually stood in court and I told them to let them be. Because when you sit with Mwiti, look at his body and everything, you know that there was a lot of intervention that they tried in their own way.
As best as they understood how.
Yes, the local way of doing that. Even with the doctor, if you could see the report, there are so many things they tried that I cannot speak here. And you can see the grandparents were trying to find a solution, and they kept him there. And even if he did not eat good food, he was alive. They kept him alive for 7 years. You see, they tried. When he was hyper, there are things that were done just to manage him. No one killed that child. That child was very clean. Okay? Maybe he didn't want to wear clothes because of his sensitivity, like he has said, because even us, by the time he was coming, wearing clothes became a big problem for him. It took us like a whole week of just putting clothes, putting akitoa. Environment is a big factor. Now we have exposed him to a new environment. There are other children there. He needs to learn how to play with them. He needs to learn how to sit with people. He needs to sleep at night. Mwiti was not sleeping at night. He would sleep, and we have to leave. He would sleep by the door because he needs to see that light.
Pale kwa threshold.
Hapo chini. Haezi lala hapo. And you can see the way we set up a beautiful room for him. So it took like a month before Mwiti will sleep on the bed. Now he even knows that when I come home and he has to look at the handbag because he's expecting me to bring him something.
A gift, yes.
You see? So he knows how to hug now. Mwiti can overkiss you. So we have to also start putting boundaries so that it's not too much. He knows that there's something called hug, there's affection, there's routine. When we go somewhere, he can't run away, he can't walk alone. So you'll see him walking and looking like, are you guys coming or what? You see? So, and then there's we've started with sign language a little bit because we have seen he has good eye contact.
Yes.
So when he wants food, he will
sign.
He will sign. And we are getting somewhere. So, and there are so many kids that have been brought my way, and we have started a small contribution. Mchanga, I think Eric promised to launch it very soon because so far I have 5 children who have been caged somewhere and people are insisting. But you see, I'm not funded by anyone. I cannot do it on my own. Mwiti was a case that the Mali parents decided they are going to support, and we have done it, and it's amazing. The progress is amazing. You should come and visit him. Yeah.
Where? Now, how long did it take for you to train? Because you had to train to understand autism and its variations and what to do in order to provide some therapy for children who are autistic.
Thank you for that. It takes a lot of sacrifice. I changed my career. As I've told you, I studied film and TV production, but I left that and I moved to psychology. And I'm a behavioral therapist and a music therapist. And it took me around, let me just say 4 years to get to this level, because we had to leave Kenya and go out of the country for my son to get support. And you see there I wasn't employed. So what else was I doing? So I went to school. I'm back to school. I worked with a good number of children, and I think I understand it much better now that autism is just a brain in a pod. Whatever environment you expose this person to, that is who they are going to become, that is what they are going to pick. But if you don't expose them to anything, they will not pick anything. It's quite interesting how the brain works. Yes.
You know, why I asked that question
Yes.
is this, huh? As one talks about autism,
Yes.
one demystifies it.
Yes.
The child in the cage indicates that those grandparents did not know what else to do.
Exactly. Thank you.
They honestly didn't
Yes.
know. They were at their wits' end. And if this child was given to hyperactivity, now they didn't know this child could injure themselves. They didn't know what there was a lot they simply had no clue about. So one could even argue that the cage was for the child's safety.
Actually, it was for the child's safety.
Yes.
Because the grandparents come from very humble beginnings, and they needed to work so that they can get something to feed Mwiti with. And there's something that autistic children have wandering away. Okay, it's called elopement. If you just release that hand kidogo without having anyone there to monitor them, ameenda. Unaona? And then there's aggression.
Yes.
Okay, if they are frustrated because in that brain it is still growing and it is still wondering, where am I caged? Because it has tested freedom kidogo. So anytime they see signs of you going to put them there, maybe you want to go to work, definitely they will react. You see, so definitely they did that. I spoke to the grandmother vizuri sana, and she didn't even know what this boy liked eating, because he would eat soil, he would eat so many other things, and there's nothing that she could do. So the cage was for his own safety.
You know, if you look at very many traditional Kenyan societies, not even just African,
yes,
there is a lot that people did, and there are ways in which they understood things which were beyond them. That's where witchcraft comes in.
Oh, yes.
Okay? And that's where curses come in.
Yes.
It is how people explained things that were beyond them.
Yes.
Well, I know this because part of the reason why HIV was such a problem in certain parts of the country, people called it chira.
Yes.
Essentially, it is something, it's like a curse. So the moment you label something as being beyond you, then any treatment, any intervention now becomes impossible. And you would find that families went completely broke because they went from one witch doctor to another, then they even left the country, went to Zanzibar, went God knows where. And the net result is that they depleted their resources, and the patient was still as unwell, if not more unwell than they were before.
Yes.
The understanding is what is important, because I am certain that there are very many families in this country. There are very many people who know members of their family who have children who are autistic. But again, they do not know actually what to do.
Yeah.
And so because of their ignorance, and I'm saying ignorance here in the politest way possible, let me call it lack of knowledge, which is often accompanied by fear, they will do what they think they ought to do. And yet, there's a lot more that is out there that could be done for this child that they do not know. How do people overcome the cost element of autism? Because that's one of the things that, or dealing with autism, or managing to, should we say, provide an environment in which one can slowly overcome some of the hindrances or some of the conditions that somebody manifests. How does one deal with the cost element? Because when one reads about autism in this country, one of the things that hits you immediately
is the cost. It's crazy. The cost is crazy. Even as much as we can say Mali is the cheapest, it's still not cheap. If I give you the quote, you will not say that it's cheap. But what has happened is the National Council of Persons with Disability has really come in handy in helping on a few areas. Okay, so KISE is now offering free therapy if you have a disability card.
Explain.
Yes.
Who is KISE? What do they do?
Okay, so the National Council of Persons with Disability registers the person with disability, is able to give tax exemption for those who are 18 years and over, and also has a few products for persons with disability. So, for example, if you are registered by the council, you get a disability certificate. Once you get a disability certificate, you are able to get diapers. You see, like now, Mwiti is still on diapers, getting toilet trained, but we are using more than one packet in a week because he's not a young child. Yeah. After that, there's medication. Autism comes, or any other, the council is for all disability cases, right? It comes with, for example, autism is a spectrum. There are those who are epileptic, so there's medication. Sometimes there's medication that they need for them to be able to sleep, because autistic individuals cannot sleep most of the time. There's also supplements. There's also therapy services. KISE is Kenya Institute of Special Education. This is where all learning disorders are assessed. And with the partnership with the council, they're able to offer also very many therapies, either at subsidized rates or free of charge if you have that disability card. So although they are opening other branches around the country, for a long time they were only based in Nairobi. So you find that we have a support group I've seen movie looking at.
Yes.
It's called Autism Moms Support Group. We're almost 4,000 parents.
4,000 in Kenya?
Yes.
Hey.
And professionals there. So you find that is also another avenue that parents have come up together and decided, what did you do for speech? What did you do for OT? So we have a lot of parents training, and we have those professionals that have come in and they're offering free services just to train online, because not everyone is able to access these free services that we are talking about. And also their systems are overwhelmed, because if we are saying it's only in Kasarani that you can go and get free therapy, you can imagine how many of us will go there.
Yeah.
So the cost implications, we are really hoping that the government will come in and try to subsidize the rates, because when we're talking about speech therapy, an hour speech therapy is not less than 4,500.
Yeah.
And if you're telling me that I need 5 sessions in a week, and that is one. Remember, you've told me you need OT, I need ABA. ABA per hour is 7,000.
Hey.
You see? So we are not able to. So the government needs to calm down, because many people have come in and they're taking advantage of parents with these children or with disability.
You're charging someone 7,000 for 1 hour.
Because you see, there's a rush. Early intervention is the best case scenario, giving your child a near normal life. So between 2 to around 7 years, trust me, parents are rushing. Those who are aware, they're really rushing to get these services. And then you'll find so many quacks out there who are telling you, I'm a speech therapist, and if you look, someone has done storekeeping and something. They were just in a session, one session of speech therapy, and they've decided, but I'm desperate, because if the hospitals or the professionals are offering 4-5 and I can get 1,500 from you.
Yani kuna matapeli kila mahali.
Oh yes, but you see, there's a demand for the services.
Yes, there's a serious demand.
Yes. There's a demand. So there are people who will present themselves as experts in that field, and at best they went for a 1-week course.
I usually feel
even
like
2 days.
I usually feel like there's a special place in hell for such people.
Let me ask this question.
Yes, ask.
And this one, does the Ministry of Education understand this? Because yeah, you know I'm going with my question, because the when we train teachers for special education, do you know of any consideration, definitely not, that has been given to autism? Because there are teachers who are trained and for what we call special education.
Yes.
Yes.
Quite a number.
Quite a number. But is autism part of what they're trained in?
Now it is. Let me just say, maybe in the last, because I'm very, very involved in a lot of things, and I am aware that there's an autism course. But you see, it is like one module.
Essentially, it's one unit.
It's just one unit, and that's it. Okay? The good thing is we, at Mali Therapy Center, we have partnered with KU, and we have partnered with also KISE, and they come to us for internship. Okay. I was also impressed to see the KMTC bringing their speech therapist and their occupational therapist also in these therapy centers. Wameanza kutu embrace. Wanajua sisi ndio tunajua what is there. But like you're saying, there's no school that is really teaching teachers.
You know, exactly I asked this question is because beyond what KISE does in trying to assist, once upon a time, it was a very tall order to actually get things like prosthesis and the equipment that people with disabilities need. But KISE now actually manufactures them.
Yes.
So the government has actually taken a step. This, in my mind, this is actually huge.
It is huge.
Yes.
It is huge even for us, because when we are talking about assistive, the other day we sat in a 3-day forum just to explain to the government and KISE what we mean by assistive devices. As early as 3 years ago, when we were doing the assessments, the National Council did not have a clear diagnosis for autism. They were putting us under mental health. And we're like, what do you mean? This is autism. So we really had to fight as parents just to get it added in that list. And also when we were sitting with KISE, we're like, we don't need wheelchairs. We don't need walking aids. We are telling you that building blocks are assistive devices to us. You understand? We are telling you that headphones, the earmuffs, are assistive devices to us because of, we are telling you that glasses that have this, what is it called, this tint?
Photochromatic lenses.
That are assistive devices to us. Why? So we had to show them, and it took us 3 days to just tell them, okay, this is important because of this. And we are very happy that the KISE is now manufacturing even those wooden toys for us, and to reduce the prices, because it's crazy. Someone was even saying that autism is for rich people.
Aye.
I'm telling
people
you.
say very crazy things, Chief.
Like I said, special place in hell.
Yes, autism. But now you see it cuts across. And if you come to Mali, you will be so surprised that those ones here and those ones here are facing the same challenges, because the solution is the same. Okay. So whether you have money or not, the solution is the same. Maybe if you have money, it will just give you quicker access. And we might think that Kenya is far off in this intervention. You have to travel the world and realize that actually people are just warming up to understanding what autism is.
There's something you mentioned earlier on about how people can support.
Yes.
So how can people support Mali Autism, Mali Therapy Center?
Mali Therapy Center.
Yes.
So Mali Therapy Center has taken a good number of children that we are supporting, and we are in the process of setting up a boarding facility. We need help there because you see, Mwiti is there, and we are not a boarding facility. And there are others like Mwiti that can be supported. So we have an Mchanga account that has been running for maybe a month now.
Okay.
Yes. And that
what do you need? What do you need for a boarding facility? For it to be viable and for it to be up and running, bearing in mind the people, the lovely Kenyans who are going to be accommodated there. Yes.
We need containers. We have land. We are building. Okay. We need, if we can find someone to donate for us, containers.
Why containers?
Because we are leasing that land. Okay, so we want to set up, we don't want to put up permanent structures, and it is also cheaper to set up this facility.
So the containers will be converted?
Yes, okay. So the containers will be converted to therapy rooms, to boarding facilities. We need beds, we need mattresses, we need toys, we need blankets. Yes, Those are the things we need. Everything that can set up, because we have the team. Yes.
So, how many containers do you need?
We need 6 containers.
Okay, how many blankets do you need?
We need 4. Okay, that is a good number.
How many beds do you need? The reason why I'm asking this question
yes.
is because when you itemize what you need, then people who are listening and may want to help,
yes,
you give them an opportunity to see where it is that can help. Because if I can afford 1 blanket,
yes,
then I will come and give you 1 blanket.
Yes, so we are not planning to have more than 30 children.
Yes.
So we'll need 30 beds, 30 blankets, 30 mattresses. Yes.
You need more than 30 blankets.
Okay, for the cold.
Yes, for the cold season.
In Karen, and we're in
Karen.
Karen.
Zikifuliwa zingine zinatumika.
Yes.
So you need about 3 times 30.
Because then you need bed sheets.
Yes.
There are all these things that are needed. Yes, and it is good that people understand and know. One of the things that I have observed from the citizens of this lovely country that we're in,
yes,
they tend to pay heed to problems and they come in.
Yes,
help.
they do. They
do. That
do.
is something Kenyans are actually very, very good at.
As we speak, it's the Kenyans who are taking care of Mwiti. They're medical, because you see he's not registered even as a Kenyan.
Yes. Wait, what?
Yes.
What do you mean he's not
Mwiti didn't even have a birth certificate or a second name and all that. So we're in that process.
Of getting this document
yes,
for him.
so he is not able to get the support that the council is offering the children. So the money that the Kenyans raised through Eric Omondi is what is
being
taken
used
care of.
What is that Mchanga number? Do you know it offered?
Yes, I do.
Tupatie hiyo namba ya Mchanga. Alafu, can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Is this your page? This Mali Autism Awareness Kenya?
Yes, yes.
Can you have that plastered all over your social media, please?
Okay.
Ndio mtu mwenye, I'm sure Kenyans are probably going through your page right now, and it would help if they saw that those details, how they can get in touch, how they can contribute in person, in kind, in money, because we also have professionals who would want to contribute their profession.
Yes.
Maybe sina pesa, lakini on
Especially
weekends.
converting those.
On weekends, I like doing charity. I can come help you guys construct, mtu ajue how to get in touch.
Yes.
Tupatie hiyo Mchanga detail.
So, this is it.
Okay. Let me read it out for the folks. If you would like to donate to Mali Autism Therapy Center, they have a paybill number. This is via M-Pesa, so you can use the paybill number 891300. Again, that paybill number is 891300. Account number is 131934. Again, it is account number 131934. You can also get more details on www.mchanga.africa/fundraiser. Utawapata hapo, and their account number is still the same on that Mchanga Africa channel. Website. I'm sure Kenyans are quite fast on the paybill one. So paybill again, 891300. Hiyo ndio paybill number. Account is 131934. Please muiweke kwa social media.
Tunaweka saizi.
Hiyo muiweke saizi. Ndio mtu mwenye anaingia kwa akianza kuwatafuta, that's the first and probably the last thing they see before they leave the page. All right. Thank you so much. This is where we come to a stop as far as our conversation is concerned. Lakini usiogope kutuambia kama kuna kitu kingine ungependa tujue, even in future after today. Yes, such initiatives, of course, you cannot really exhaust in one conversation. Definitely. If there's something new, kama sasa mkipata zile 30 containers. Umesema how many containers do you need? 6.
We just need 6.
Yeah.
You're about to say 30, ndio?
Yeah. But why not? If they can get 30.
Kama tunaweza pata 30 pia kuna ubaya.
Yes. Ukitaka kuongea mambo mengine from other perspectives, I believe these are more important conversations than some of the things that we probably discuss. So tunakukaribisha sana.
Asante sana.
Yes.
Nimeshukuru.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
This is where we come to an end, City.
Yes, it is.
It is. Any last words before we say kwaheri?
We thank you very much for coming to talk to us on this important subject, because it is one of those conditions that people do not understand. So this is how we get to tell our citizens and those who are listening from outside the country. Yes. And we're being asked, your phone number would be useful.
Okay.
Yes.
Or a number to contact you.
Yes.
Usipeane ile ikipigwa usiku.
Kuna watu watakupigia 2 am.
Alafu mtu aanze kukuambia vitu zenye they are not in tandem with what we are discussing here.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can reach us on 0793 582 540. Preferably just do a WhatsApp, so then we can be able to reach out and respond to your need. Again, 0793 582 540. It is on all our pages.
Okay.
Mali Therapy Center on IG and Mali Autism Awareness Center on Facebook.
Yes. I saw President Samia Suluhu cancel one of their public holidays, public events. The way we have our Jamhuris here and our Madarakas and whatever events that we do. She cancelled that and she directed all the money that would have been used on that day to people with special needs, children to be specific, with special needs to be assisted. Is there something you'd like to tell our president?
Yes. I would like to tell our president that we need schools. We need inclusive education. We need opportunities for our children to get to schools. You can see Mali did a groundbreaking. Safaricom supported us in building 4 classrooms.
Oh yeah, Safaricom Foundation.
Safaricom Foundation supported us in building that. But you see, all the support goes to mainstream schools. There's no one looking at our children. And there's something that we didn't speak about that is very important.
Please speak about it.
In the next 15 years, 20 years, the number of the people in parliament are going to be women, because the men are affected down here by autism. In every 10 children with, let's just say 10 children with autism, 8 are boys. You see, that is the reality. So I'm appealing to people to support us, help our schools be inclusive. And when I'm saying inclusive, make sure every school has a therapy angle of it, where we have speech therapy, occupational therapy, so we can support these young boys become individuals that can also come and lead this country.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I hope amekusikia.
Amenisikia, I'm sure.
All right. Folks, tumefika mwisho. Tuonane kesho Thursday asubuhi na mapema at 6 a.m. for another edition of The People's Breakfast.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Diaspora Affairs Principal Secretary Roslyn Njogu says Kenya has reached an agreement with Russia to stop the recruitment of Kenyans into its military. She says no new Kenyans have been recruited since the agreement was signed. Njogu added that the government is now working to assist Kenyans already serving in Russia, while warning that joining a foreign military without the president's approval is against the law.
Before I came here, was just before I went to Russia, I think. The last time I was here was just before I went to Moscow with my boss, with PCS Musalia Mudavadi.
Right.
We went to Moscow. We negotiated with their foreign ministry. And our minister got